Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 276-280. Found family. It was just weird. Every time she looked at them, every time they nearly met in the hallways. Everything in Mordred was telling her that it was wrong, but it was so wrong that it looped back around to being right. So ultimately confusing that she found herself just hating every moment of dealing with it. Thoughts were swirling around in her head that she was going to just slam her head against a wall to try and clear it. Ah, Sir Mordred. That light-hearted voice and that upbeat attitude, the frantic sound of footsteps rushing towards her. Her feet snapped to a halt and she held herself still, feeling her muscles and bones press against one another as she turned her head robotically. It was a slow process, and by the time she managed to do so, they were already sliding to a stop in front of her. Hand raised and with a warm smile on their face. It was weird. Not like the other one, nothing at all like the other one, but it was just. Seeing that smile on their face, that smile that just looked as if there was nothing at all wrong with the world and everything was bright and sunny. It hurt Mordred's eyes to look at it, and yet the thought of turning away was somehow more insulting. Everything about this was wrong from one extreme to the other. On the outside, she offered a curt nod of the head to rein back her emotions and at least appear as though she had complete control over herself. Father. Even calling them that felt wrong. Well, they were from before Mordred was even born, so they technically weren't father yet. But they were still technically father. The presence of Caliburn proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt. They were just nothing like father. For one thing, they looked really pleased to encounter her in the hallway. There was nothing in their eyes to even give a hint that they were bitter or held anything at all like negative emotions towards her. There was nothing more than some bright smile without a care in the world. "You're allowed to call me Lily, Sir Mordred." Young father chided, hands on her hips and a shake of the head. It was such a casual starter that Mordred was left rather flummoxed of how she was supposed to progress. She was actually happy that it wasn't just young father in the hallways. There was that guy who apparently looked like Tiberius. Except this dude was apparently nothing like him. So, though she didn't know why he was hanging around young father, she narrowed her eyes at him and continued to weigh her opinion. Thus far he had done nothing that would have earned her ire, but it took a special sort of knight to be around any type of father. They were the king of knights. That was a title that meant something. Coming up behind young father, the Tiberius look-alike fell into a ready posture behind her, his own eyes meeting hers with a reflection of her own scrutiny. There was nothing outwardly hostile in his gaze, not like the other look-alike, but it was still clear enough to her that the guy knew who she was and what she was famous for. But at least he kept his comments to himself. Whatever. Not like she cared what random assholes thought. As there, Mordred clenched her jaw, hating the way she almost stumbled over her words. "I meant to ask if there was something you needed, father." Did that come off as too cold and disinterested? Shit. Oh, I was just coming back from training with Sir Bedrick and spotted you. Young father explained. Mordred turned her eyes on the man rather quickly after that and stared at him for what was feeling like a rather long time. That's so. Mordred sniffed, really trying hard not to show her thoughts on the matter or how dubious she was. Fair enough, this was young father, but they were still father. If this punk thought he could get away with mocking father by trying to give the impression he was somehow better, then Mordred would turn him inside out. He any good? Young father laughed at the comment. Not Tiberius just maintained his stoic facade, like the guy had a face made from wood. Just watching her all the while with the barest hint of a smile on his lips, though it was hard to say whether it looked mocking or not. For his sake, it better not have been. He's been helping me improve some of my forms. Young father explained. You are modest. The guy spoke for the first time, with a voice that just oozed the same sort of cheesy charisma that Gawain had. The type that made them seem approachable. You are the one who has been perfecting your own blade. I have served only to render assistance where I can in the form of a challenge. As the Lady Guinevere requested. Oh, right. Mordred nodded her head very slowly at that. The Lady Guinevere. Mordred hadn't really met her, apparently they had met during a singularity and her other self thought ill of the goddess. Well, there was no reason to assume her opinions were any different now. The goddess hadn't thought to meet up with her, not outside of one singularity where she was a bit of a presence, and Mordred had no reason to seek her out. Well, no reason before right now, that was. What? Oh, you hadn't been summoned yet. Young father looked at her apologetically. Queen Guinevere tutored me along with Heroine X during our first meeting with her. She helped a lot in training at the time. I was really struggling with it, but she really came through. Though Sir Bedrick has been assisting me when she has not had the chance. Mordred just stared. There was a lot going on with that sentence that she was having trouble wrapping her head around. None of it was really adding up in a way that she could make sense of, so she just stood there, probably like some sort of mute halfwit, and looked between the two of them several times. Heroine, what now? Young father blinked once, then twice, then tilted her head. Heroine, have you not met her yet? What sort of stupid ass name is Heroine X? Mordred blurted out, not really answering the question. She was certain she would have remembered meeting someone like that during whatever the heck they were talking about. Heroine X. What? Mysterious. Not Tiberius answered, and Mordred turned on him swiftly. His smile had grown a mere inch. There was some glint in his eyes as if he had told a joke that went right over her head. What was worse about it was the fact that young father actually laughed at it, shooting him a mirthful look and giggling. Mordred blinked in a daze and stepped backwards just a little bit. It was becoming a little much for her. There was so very much wrong here. Her fist hammered away at the door, letting it rest by her side for a moment before raising it up and pounding her knuckles against metal with a rather loud clanging noise. At this point she was getting tempted to just rip the door off its hinges with the way there had been no answer. "Oi, master!" Mordred shouted, raising her fist once more. "Open up." The door hissed open. Finally. She opened her mouth to chastise him for the late response, especially as it was midday, only to stop as she actually took stock of his appearance and frowned. Leaning back and placing her hands on her hips as she looked him over. Specifically staring at the underside of his eyes and the deep bags forming there. "You look like shit." Master gave a tired snort and gave a dazed blink. "Thanks. You even sleeping?" she demanded, leaning forwards and scowling at the signs of exhaustion. "Damn, you're gonna look like a Gravane if you keep this up with all the work. Guy was barely older than you and he was like a ghoul, you get me? So, get some rest." He blinked at her, then rubbed his eyes. "Does that mean I can head back to bed now or?" In a moment, she hurried in, stepping around him and moving into the room and looking about. No one seemed to be here. But one could never be careful. Especially if there was some asshole hiding pictures in random places. The thought made her suspicious as she moved towards the wardrobe and then pulled it open on both sides, staring at the interior of the doors and then the back of it before slamming it shut. Once satisfied, nodding her head, she turned back and was greeted with a bemused stare. Like he didn't grasp the obvious of what she was doing. Mordred jerked a thumb to the wardrobe. Checking it. Kiyohime normally hides under my bed. What? He yawned, rather than answer her question, and waved his hand before pacing towards his bed. Eyes going wide like they were going to bulge out of his skull, but very clearly not seeing anything that was in front of him from the haggard steps he was taking. She was really of the opinion that the guy should not be working so hard. That Gravane comparison was starting to look less like a joke at this point. If there was one thing Mordred figured out, it was that long work hours turned people into grumpy bastards. She was in no hurry to work under her older brother. Again, maybe. He was alright with her, at least. Heroine X. What about her? Master asked as the yawn faded away, sitting down on the bed and looking towards her. Did she try to start a fight with you for being a saber or something? Mordred opened her mouth, then found herself shutting it after a moment. What? Being a saber? Master continued on, now speaking as though she had the slightest idea what he was actually talking about at the moment. That's what she does. Goes around picking fights with sabers for being sabers. Weird hobby, haven't heard of anything like it since she got here but wouldn't put it past her, teaching Lily as well. He stopped, then furrowed his brows in thought. I think Ash broke her nose during a spar. Mordred held up her hands, just to get him to stop speaking, then lowered them again. Start from the beginning here so that I actually know what you're even saying. Who the hell even is this ex-weirdo? I mean, what sort of servant actually has that as their true name? That definitely sounds like a dodgy thing to me. They dropped a spaceship on my head. Master replied. And they apparently come from the distant future. Alright, whatever. There was no way she was going to try and fight that sentence right now. But what the heck is this person doing teaching father? Wait a moment here. What the hell are you doing letting some random servant come over and start telling you how to train the literal king of knights? Now she realized what the big problem was. Why the hell was Master even allowing something like this? Was he stupid? Alright, but that was a different sort of stupid. Jabbing a finger towards him, she scowled. Are you saying that father is so bad that they need to be trained better, huh? What the hell would you know about that sort of thing? They're running around with the Caliburn. They don't need some random stranger coming in and telling them what they're supposed to be doing here. Master looked far more awake now, a good reason for her raised voice, and he took in a deep breath before raising a brow at her. You know Lily asked to be trained by her, right? They what? Master drew in a deep breath. Alright, so, we're gonna have to take this from the top. Mordred walked out of the room feeling rather out of sorts. What she wanted to do was just accuse Master's sleep-deprived mind of concocting some wild drunken tale. Except for the small problem that apparently young father knew about this, Heroine X, as well, and from the sounds of things, they were some disrespectful punk running around in the class of an assassin and wielding some knockoff Excaliburs as their weapons. Whatever she felt about that aside, it was hard to dismiss that it had happened. She just struggled with taking all of it in. Turning and staggering off down the hallways, her brows pinched together as she went step by step. She had absolutely no idea what she was ever going to do with all of this information, or the frankly absurd statement that any form of father, young or old, would have those sorts of doubts in their swordsmanship. There was a lot to be said about how bad things had to get before something like that happened. It just didn't make much sense to her. So she kept on walking with the general idea being to go to the simulator and then hit some things until she eventually felt better about all of it. That was the sort of thing that would probably make her feel a bit better. Nothing took the stress out like grinding something down into paste and then hitting it some more for good measure. Mordred took in a sharp breath before she exhaled, letting all of the frustrations build up inside of her while telling herself that it would not be long before they were all being released up in a calming manner. Then, once that was said and done, she'd figure out if she actually wanted to do anything about any of this. She definitely needed to see this Heroine X punk for herself though. Given that she had not seen them at all, it only stood to reason that they had clearly gone into hiding the second they heard that she was around. It made perfect sense to her, the fraud would want to avoid getting humiliated and revealed to be the sham they no doubt were. In fact, why was she hearing about this just now? Did Percival not know about any of this? Damn it, what was that guy doing? It's the advantage of the spear. Percival explained as he thrust forth rather lightly in just enough distance to show off the complete reach of the weapon. To force your foe to keep away from you. In the event of them using a sword, you can strike them before they have the chance of striking you. He drew the spear back and looked back to the rather befuddled face of his impromptu student. Mismatched eyes looked down at the spear, then across to the target in front of them before the owner of the eyes folded his arms and leaned back, frowning for a few seconds in thought, then raising a single finger. What if they have a really long sword? Percival paused for a moment before he answered, then nodding his head. It was a fair question and he had seen quite a few who wielded swords that were easily the length of his spear. To say nothing of the skill of a person who could wield a weapon with such an absurd weight and skill requirement. Any who he met that held the rank of heroic spirit were bound to be deadly warriors. That being said, a of that size is going to rely on strength rather than agility. He explained, holding up the spear. And beyond that, there is only one real angle of attack. Unless one half hands the blade, but with a spear it is much swifter to do that. He twitched his wrist and loosened his grip, sending the spear shooting forth until he held it right by the end, then quickly jerked it back until his hand was resting in the center of the shaft, giving it a short spin and pointing to the back end of it. And for a sword, you need only pay attention to the blade half. For a spear, you have the advantage of using both sides. Though this might lack penetration, there is something to be said for striking someone with the shaft of a spear as a bludgeon. Not to dismiss the tactic of using the pommel of a sword, but you must get closer for that. Berserker nodded his head along with the explanation, unfolding his arms and looking down at the spear. What about the spears with short handles? He asked after a second, looking back up with furrowed brows. I know sister had one of those. A brief pause, then Berserker elaborated before Percival could actually answer his question. I mean, Sister Artoria. Another pause. The big one who rode a horse. Percival very slowly raised a brow. As far as he knew, his king rode a horse, which did not exactly narrow down what he was talking about. And when he spoke of the big one, he wasn't entirely sure what he might have been referring to. Unless he was speaking of the one that Sir Mordred had been rather tight-lipped about. And apparently with good reason. But he knew what they were speaking of. Ah, you refer to a jousting lance. He smiled. Yes, that is a different sort of spear. I suppose it would be in the same principle as a hammer and nail, with your strength serving in the place of a hammer. It is designed for thrusting alone at high speeds. If you have ever seen Gareth fight, she would show you how. Berserker scratched the side of his face. I understand, was that why she always rode a horse? Yes, Percival explained. They are traditionally weapons used for jousting, hence the name. Though that is not to say this sort of spear cannot be wielded upon a horse, and it can work much the same way, but it is more flexible than a jousting spear than unmounted combat. Doesn't little sister Gareth use one though? She does. He chuckled, and she is all the more deadly for wielding it without a horse. Though should you ever have the chance to see her with one, then I am certain you would understand why we considered her unmatched in that field. I dare say that despite her young age, she is my senior in that area. Berserker nodded his head, turning and looking at the target in front of them, a thatch-made scarecrow figure, and then back towards the spear. What if they throw the sword? What if I throw the spear back? Oh, right. With a good-natured chuckle, he gave the berserker a light pat on the arm. It is a fair question, and it is not that one weapon is superior to the other. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. A sword is better for close quarters, but a knife excels in confined spaces. A spear is more suited for when you have the space to wield one. I can make swords and axes. The note of disappointment in Berserker was rather clear to any who heard it, and beyond that, he could see it on the face of the servant as they stared forlornly down at the spear in his hands. It is hardly as though you were unable to learn the way of the spear. Percival reassured him. As I understand it, Queen Marie has been learning how to wield one for some time, before I arrived, and has made some impressive progress for one who was never reported to have wielded a blade in her life. And he did not mean that as a slight either. He understood that as servants, they should all have had some use in combat, but it was still a rather impressive thing. No different than if he were to see Queen Guinevere take up a sword or a bow and start fighting. I suppose. Berserker agreed with a small shrug, looking a little relieved. But I don't have a horse. Percival winced. No, I suppose you do not. And it was not like they could go and get him one. Maybe a mage could make up one, but that would not quite be the same, and he doubted that a golem would ever be quite of the same level as a loyal mount. There was just quite a lot that went into the trust between a knight and his loyal companion. Still, there are methods of fighting that some are more used to than others. He offered a shrug, waving a hand to Berserker. You, for example, seem rather built for that sort of fighting. Berserker shook his head. Sister Artoria was shorter than me and about as strong. Berserker pointed out. Well, King Arthur is rather different from the rest of us. Percival said, and they were likely as close to being your equal in strength on account of their dragon core. It most certainly helped them a fair bit. If I were to speak honestly, between you and Gawain, I'm not sure who would win in a contest of raw strength. At least without the sun. But even with the sun, Percival would not be so quick to dismiss the strength of this one. Especially as he had some curious mental image of Berserker and Heracles punching one another in the face with neither of them giving ground. An odd thought which came from nowhere, but did not feel as though it was some random product of his mind. Perhaps something from a previous summon had slipped through on account of the Chaldean link. Though not very many of those had happened, he had come to learn, and he was not alone in it. Still, if you wished for my honest opinion, I believe that a halberd could serve you. Halberd. Percival twitched his lip upwards. Halberd, yes. It is a mixture of a spear and an axe, if I were to explain it in the simplest way. The benefit of a crushing and slashing weapon while keeping the advantage of thrusting to maintain distance. Berserker held a strange tint in his eyes, briefly looking away and frowning. Have you ever seen spears that looked like swords? Spears that looked like swords. I cannot say that I have ever heard of such a thing, but I suppose as I gaze upon my own spearhead, he looked down at it and took a mental note of the length of it and how well it could work. He found himself nodding slowly after a couple of moments and looking back across. If I were to shorten the shaft of it to a handle, it could certainly serve the purpose of a sword, yes. Though I have never thought of it as such, merely a wide-brimmed spear. Berserker, however, was clearly thinking differently as he stared at the weapon now. There was something rather odd about the way he was looking, as if he was searching for something to say but never quite getting it out into the open. Instead he took in a sharp breath and suddenly shook his head from side to side. I think that, perhaps, I shall remain with swords, better to learn how to swing one type of weapon first. That is true, though it did not feel like the whole reason. Dividing one's attention only lengthens the progress of it. Though should you ever change your mind, I would be more than happy to offer up my own advice on how best to wield a spear. The sound of the door opening for the simulator had his head turned towards the direction of the new arrival, though what had him stop speaking was when he recognized them. Smiling and raising his hand in greeting. "Ah, Sir Mordred." He received no response, rather the blonde knight just kept walking forwards with sword in hand as though they were absolutely alone. Percival raised a brow at the odd behavior and looked at the face of his fellow knight. The brow was raised higher still when he managed to glimpse just how pole-axed they actually looked at the moment. Clearly lost amidst their own thoughts. So he just raised his voice. "Sir Mordred." "What?" They missed a step and skidded forwards, stomping down and righting themselves, very quickly turning a baneful glare towards him, and it looked just as he imagined it always did under that helmet, before finally recognizing him. To his utter lack of surprise, the anger didn't even so much as dissipate. "The hell are you shouting for?" Mordred shouted back. "I was offering my morning greetings." Percival called back, smiling. "Come for training. Come to beat the crap out of something, yeah," was the swift response. Then Mordred stopped for a moment and looked at him with a rather scrutinous expression. "How long you been here for?" He rolled his jaw. "Some time. Though I was not the first here. Sir Bedrick and King Arthur were training here before I arrived. You have just missed them by the way." "Yeah, I saw that." Mordred grunted, placing a hand on their hip and looking rather sour about something. "Ah, was she able to catch you?" Mordred grunted without words this time, just giving a curt nod of the head while still looking caught up in her own thoughts. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned in time to see Berserker retract his hand. "Is she normally like that?" He shook his head at the question. "Oh." Berserker ran a hand through his hair, frowning. "What do you think is wrong?" He had no way of really knowing for sure, though he could stand to make one or two guesses on the matter. "Hey!" Mordred shouted over to them from where they stood. "You ever hear about this, heroine whatever? Oh, have you met her yet? She's actually real." He would take that as a very solid no. She was when I last met her. Percival replied, then stopped and corrected himself. Well, met is a loose term for what happened. We encountered one another by chance, I wished her well and then continued on before I really allowed myself a moment to understand what happened. Because how did one understand something like that at first glance? A version of his king wielding 2 Excaliburs and dressed in modern clothing. He would have thought himself drunk in any other state. I thought it was some elaborate joke. Mordred complained further, throwing up a hand and stomping a foot. You mean there is actually some fraudster going around with fake Excaliburs? That's just disrespectful. Aren't you supposed to be a loyal knight? What are you doing? Let that. While I certainly have some thoughts on the matter. Percival interrupted. I am not entirely sure that she can truly be called a fraudster. She is, after all, a heroic spirit who by the word of Lily is certainly worthy of being named a servant of the sword, even if she is an assassin rather than a saber. Yeah, but they're an assassin. Mordred pointed out, jabbing a finger. That's the class of cowards who run from straight fights. I seem to recall you being a fan of ambushes. Shut up. Percival snorted, quickly disguising it with a cough. What of you, berserker? He turned on the black and yellow-haired man at his side. Have you met this heroine X? Yeah, berserker confirmed rather quickly. She was a bit strange but I liked her clothes. They were different, and she's a new sister so it's all fine for me. Well, we haven't spoken since I told her I liked her clothes and that she looked like my sister. The face of the dark-haired man shifted into a more confused one. She got really annoyed about that when I brought it up, actually. And there we have it. Percival turned back to Mordred. What is it that concerns you so, Sir Mordred? I believe it is said that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Really? Berserker tilted his head. All of my brothers and sisters used to look exactly like me. So I guess well, I feel like it's still back then. Or it's like when I was, I'm just used to it, I guess. He shrugged. Nostalgic. Percival supplied. I believe that is the word you're looking for. There's a word for it. Man, this sucks. Mordred's loud interruption came once more. How come I haven't seen them yet? Have you tried looking? Percival asked. Mordred only looked at him for a couple seconds, which was enough for him to figure out the answer. Then again, there is a good chance she will eventually come to you. I believe she has been tasting her strength against all the sabers in Chaldea, so there is a good chance she shall eventually make her way to you. How do you know this? Mordred demanded. Did no one think to tell me there was this ex-weirdo challenging sabers? I'd have gone in there and beat their ass. I'd have been first in line for it too. He blinked twice and debated whether or not to tell her that she probably answered her own question there. I'm sure they assumed you already knew. Is what he said instead, hoping it would be enough to placate her. It was not. I know Sister Artoria fought her. Berserker spoke up. She told me about it when we were practicing. When you were what? Oh dear. Percival fought back a wince and instead rolled his lips inwards and took a small step to the side, and Mordred started to stomp forwards, eyes alight with some manic intensity and coming to a dead stop right in front of Berserker. From the looks of things, she had probably completely forgotten about whatever it was she was saying beforehand. You practice with father. Which one? Berserker, at least, looked rather calm in the face of Mordred's anger. The one with the black sword. Not the younger one, the older one. But not the really old one who I met first. Though I'm waiting for when she shows up, I miss her. Of course you miss Fatha. Wait. What? Mordred reared back and scowled. Are you saying that the father training you at the moment isn't enough or something? You think you're special enough to start getting others to line up to visit you, huh? I just knew the older one first. Berserker replied bemusedly. And we talked a lot. She helped me with some things. Well, Mordred trailed off, then planted Clarent in the ground and folded her arms, nodding her head up and down as if everything made sense all of a sudden. Well, yeah, so you, what, father decided to practice with you or something? How long have you been doing that? Are you even any good? Berserker just shrugged. I'm not good with time. It's still new to me. What? But I think I'm getting better. He perked up a little. It didn't take her as long to beat me as before, at least I don't think so. But we're using swords only and I'm trying not to set fire to everything so. Wait. Mordred cut him off, raising a hand and waving it from side to side. Are you saying that, what? You'd actually win against father? Berserker shrugged once again. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Snapped the knight. The answer should be a flat-out no. Percival pinched his nose and closed his eyes. Yes. Mordred was still much the same as he remembered them being. In all the best and worst ways. How can I know I'd lose if I never fought her? Because it's father. But I've never fought them. You should be able to tell at a glance. Especially because they're training you how to swing a sword. What were you doing before father started training you anyway? Swinging the sword. Like a kid swings a branch. Well, nah. Nope. Mordred shook her head swiftly and pulled Clarent from the ground, mounting it on her shoulder and taking several large steps back. Get your blade out or whatever. We're sparring. Percival could have seen that result coming, though it took less time than he would have thought it would. Berserker didn't look all that put off, just a bit confused. Okay. He nodded his head more confidently. Okay. If you want to spar, then we can do that, niece. Percival smacked his lips, rocking back and forth on his heels. Then started to mentally count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who the hell are you calling your niece? What? Berserker voiced his confusion. If Artoria is my sister then you are my niece. Isn't that the right word for it? Or is it nephew? Shut up. Percival took several more steps backwards. He was sure they would not push things too far. Probably. If there was one thing that Calamate was learning out of all of this. Why the hell are you punching the damn thing? It was that his niece could get very annoyed. Father never punches their sword. Who the heck are you copying someone else and trying to mash it with father's fighting? Very annoyed, very quickly. Are you saying father's teaching isn't good enough for you? And a lot of it related to Artoria. Which he supposed he could understand. Family tended to bring out some pretty strong feelings. He knew he had felt those as well at times. So even though he was really confused about why Mordred was getting angry, he just nodded his head and weathered her storm of shouts and accusations. She was just worried that he might not be appreciating Artoria's company. Which was nice. It made him feel a bit lighter inside, that they were such a close family to speak of one another like that. Except there was something a bit strange about it. He was hearing an awful lot about what Artoria did or how she fought from Mordred, and he could see a bit that looked similar in how Mordred swung her sword, but he never really heard anything from Artoria about Mordred. Either of them. Really, she never told him that Mordred even existed. Calamate didn't really understand something like that. When the first dragon had been born it was something that they were all assembled for. Every one of his brothers and sisters had come and gathered around to see the first birth of a dragon. None of them really understood it at the time, it was all very new. But they still came around to see them. His thoughts slipped away from him as the memory turned sour, enough that something cracking against the side of his head rather suddenly was enough for him to stagger. The sudden loss of attention let his legs get swept out from underneath him and then he was hitting the ground rather clumsily. Mordred leaned over him, face looming directly above and with a raised brow. You space out like that when father is trying to teach you, huh? It was less barbed than her other words. Shaking his head, he sat up and tapped the side of his temple where he had been struck, pulling his hand away and resting his arms on his knees. Lips drawn thin as he stood back up and rolled his arms. A burst of flames in his palm condensed and brought another sword into his waiting hands. Sorry, he said to her. I was thinking about something else. It doesn't normally happen. Better not. Mordred grumbled as she stepped back, though to him it looked like she might have been thinking about something else as well. He watched her for a couple moments, then tilted his head. Why do you want to meet Heroine X anyway? Huh. A blink, then a frown and a shrug. Didn't I explain all that? You got wool in your ears or something. Running around apparently looking like father and wielding copies of father's sword. That just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It's father. But what if it is another Artoria? Mordred made a face. As a fucking assassin. She said it like it was an insult and he wondered what he had said that was wrong. So he just shrugged his shoulders in lieu of answering the question and maybe making things worse. He didn't know if there was anything wrong with being an assassin. Really, none of the titles meant much to him at all. Everyone was a servant, so why focus on who did what? Whatever. Probably isn't. Mordred dismissed with a wave of the hand, 2 Excaliburs. Just feels like a bad joke, a really shitty joke. Calamate did not bring up his sword to try again, instead he glanced away to the side where Percival was standing and noted that he wasn't coming any closer. Rather it looked as though he was doing the opposite and putting more distance between them. He frowned ever so slightly and then looked back towards Mordred. She was upset about something, he could see that. Is something the matter? Nothing, shut up. Alright, he tried. Wait, that was quitter talk and he. Calamate sniffed and tilted his head ever so slightly. Do you want to try and find Heroine X? Mordred blew air out from between her teeth and looked up, staring towards the sky for a couple moments before she dragged out a long sigh and dropped her head back down. Then gave a stiff nod of the head, removing her sword from her shoulder and waving a hand rather tiredly. Not gonna stop bothering me until I see this fraud, so whatever. Not like hitting you is making me feel better, you swing a sword like a damn elephant. What's an elephant? That netted him another strange look before Mordred shook her head. Calamate glanced the way of Percival before taking off after the knight, dismissing the sword and trailing by her side. She did not react all that much to his presence, not really. She looked a bit like Artoria when she had her face like that though. So it was a bit easier for him to tell what she might have been thinking. Maybe. It was hard with Artoria too. Both of them. Not with Lily though, she was easier. How did father end up training your elephant ass? Mordred asked after a moment of them walking, her eyes sliding towards him. Did father just look at you and take pity or something? Pity? No. Calamate tilted his head. I just asked if she would and she said yes. That was it. Mordred sounded strange, like that wasn't what she had meant to say, but she never corrected herself. Weird. Yeah. He nodded his head. I think she might have been bored though. What did they say when you asked? Mordred demanded. Did you offer them anything or something? I just asked. Now it was his turn to frown at her words, a little bewildered as to what she was getting at. If you mean an exchange, I did offer to give her something in return, but she just said there was no need. I'm not sure what it was about actually, but I'm glad for it. Mordred was quiet for a few seconds, then ruffled her shoulders and jerked her head. Yeah, well, you better be. Sounds like father really did you a favor there. She did. He blinked a couple times. Why do you call them father? What? Isn't Artoria a girl? A girl. Father is father. Mordred cuffed his arm with a slap and glared at him. A girl. What? Like some maiden? That what you see? No. He didn't understand the question. He stopped walking and stared at Mordred for a couple of seconds to see if she was going to explain it a bit better. Which she unfortunately didn't, but he didn't get it. Is there something wrong with being a girl? A call is a girl. She can punch very hard. Mash is a girl. Alright. Mordred threw up her hand. Course you wouldn't mean it like that, whatever, forget about it. Mordred stared. This was a stupid joke that no one was letting her in on, and when she found the person responsible for it, she was going to just have some words with them. Just a couple words. The rest of the conversation would consist of a beating, but she would at least break it up every now and again with a word or two. Yeah, there she is. Berserker, simple guy that he was, just raised his hand and pointed at the back of the black cap as if Mordred couldn't see the blonde-haired person in the blue hoodie. Mordred did not even have the energy to snap back with a comment about his profound ability to use his eyes. Instead she just kept on staring and blinking as if the figure would vanish if she did it often enough. That, unfortunately, did not do that. Instead she was just left staring, gawking, even, like some dumb idiot. Taking in a deep breath, she marched forwards and puffed out her chest. All right, even if they looked like father, they definitely wouldn't act like father, so it would be easy deal with. Like ruler. Well, there was maybe a passing resemblance at best. But father just looked better than she did. And that one Japanese saber, but Mordred hadn't really looked long enough to notice. She made it several steps before stopping as the strange of hair, the large looping antenna of blonde which jutted out from a hole in the cap suddenly shot up and went completely straight. It was so sudden that Mordred was thrown for a loop and whatever else she was going to say was lost at that point. I smell sabers. The voice of the assassin suddenly hissed, then whirled around. Mordred stared. IMFEW it. A muffled shout and a pointed finger was launched her way. Muffled on account of the assassin's cheeks being bulged almost to the point of bursting as they were in the midst of stuffing a sandwich down their gullet. She was sure she had seen pigs eat with more manners than this, her eyes unconsciously drawn towards the sauce stains around her lips and up her cheeks. And the brown sauce-covered fingers pointing at her. Mordred blinked very slowly, almost in a daze, as she stared at the person. The assassin stopped, then raised a finger as if telling her to wait, before managing to engulf the remainder of the sandwich into their mouth and started to chew very loudly. Seconds went by as millimeter by millimeter, the diameter of the assassin's cheeks started to shrink until a rather loud gulp removed them entirely. Though it did nothing for the stains on their face. So, you're finally brave enough to face me, my delinquent son. Whatever else Mordred was going to say died on her throat from that. The assassin, the fraud, leapt out of the chair and did a small spin, landing down and placing their hands on their hips, eyes narrowed. I would have definitely gotten around to you after I took down the other saber faces around here, but since you have clearly sought me out, then I shall discipline you early. Why, your face. Huh, what? The assassin blinked at her, then reached up and touched her cheeks. She stopped and a hint of red spread across her face, lips pursed and quickly turning about and diving for the napkins, furiously rubbing at her face until she removed all the layers of sauce from her cheeks and turned back around, coughing and straightening herself out. What? She narrowed her eyes. Why are you acting like that? Unless you've come to apologize for what you did with my precious Prydwen. What? Mordred blinked, still thrown for a loop. HMPH, playing the fool now, are you? Just as I thought. Heroine X huffed and folded her arms. I have not forgotten how you took it joyriding across the outer belts. The Azure Sentinels filed me a speeding fine for that and reckless endangerment. They were this close to adding on, flying under the influence, for an extra 4,000 credit points. Had Mordred been drinking something? Was something doing something to the water in Chaldea? Hey, wait, Heroine X suddenly blinked, then huffed. Oh, you're the original one, aren't you? The really old Mordred. Oh, old. She coughed, not sure whether to be offended or shocked. You're older than I am. I am not. Heroine X shot back with red cheeks. I'm super young. I'm from the future. You're like a dinosaur compared to me. You fossil. Fossil son. You punk. That's rich coming from you. I bet you're still a delinquent, Fossildered. What did you just call me? You heard me. You got your hearing aid in. Oh, you son of a. Mordred could feel the black eye forming already. Matched only by the bruise across the cheek of the person sitting by her side. And then, in front of them, was another person who really did look a bit more like father than she would have expected them to. Something that might have been getting on the nerves of the person next to her, especially as they looked more like some sort of dog straining against a leash and just itching for the chance to lash out and bite. The only reason nothing happened was because of the others in the room. Like the guy in silver armor with the upturned winged helm. The way he was thumbing his sword in its sheath left little to the imagination, except he was looking not towards her, or even the assassin. Instead he was staring at Berserker, who hadn't actually done anything at all. It had taken Mordred a couple seconds to actually realize it, but now that she noticed, it was hard not to. Her eyes skimmed between the two of them. Berserker was looking at the guy like he was going to throw himself across the room and punch them. She figured it would be sort of funny that they brought them to here to de-escalate the violence only to bring more violence. All right then. Okita Soji drummed her hands on the desk and nodded her head, once the account of the situation had been put forth. At least you didn't start swinging swords at one another in the middle of the cafeteria. An official reprimand will suffice and a note shall be made to keep an eye on the two of you in the event of proximity to one another for the time being. Mordred figured she probably should have been more pissed off about being treated like some unruly kid, but at the moment she was having a hard time thinking of anything else. You are both free to leave. The saber motioned them towards the door and Mordred was the first on her feet. But not quite the first out the door. Heroine X slipped past her and disappeared out just before she had managed a single step, not without a pointed look from her that promised that they would meet again, and then that was that. She vanished into the distance and left Mordred behind in the dust, but she marched forwards and then out of the room. There were heavy footsteps that followed her, Berserker no doubt, and then the two of them were walking through the hallway once more. Her hand moved up, fingers brushing against the underside of her eye, and a slight twinge of discomfort shot through her as she touched the bruise, pulling her hand away and staring down at the tips of her fingers. Her hand slowly curled into a fist and she lowered it back down, eyes fixed to the front. It's not that bad. Berserker spoke, voice gruff and distant. I think you punched as well as she did. Yeah, Mordred uttered back, somewhat dazed, but for an entirely different reason. She got punched in the face about as hard as she punched them. No fraud could ever do something like that. Sure, it might have been a bit more swift than she would have expected, but there was only one person who could punch her and leave a bruise with just one hit. Just one single individual who could look like that and still deliver such a clean and precise blow. The only sort of person who could get Mordred feeling so fired up about the chance for another fight in the future. Did you hear what she said? The telling off part. No, she snapped, but it lacked the heat from before. Instead, it was all she could do to stop the tremors of her heart as they pounded away in her chest. Darting her tongue out to wet her lips, she drew it back and slowly looked towards Berserker and said the only thing she could. She called me son, you definitely heard that, right? Berserker tilted his head. Yes, a couple times, I think. She called me son. Mordred repeated again, turning and continuing her walk. Okay, they might not have been the King Arthur she served under. But they were definitely a King Arthur, there was no denying it now. Like with that young King Arthur and the older one she had seen in that Singularity. It was still King Arthur. Still father. And they called her son. The stinging of the black eye felt like nothing as that revelation crashed over her. Calamate watched as Mordred walked on ahead, smiling all the while. He felt his brows pinch and his head tilt just a bit further. He really didn't understand very many things that went on around here half the time, but she seemed happy. Well, maybe it was because of the fighting and how she was equal. He was a bit like that after fighting as well. Smiling, he walked after her with his head held high. It felt like he bonded with his niece just a little bit more. Akal would be thrilled to hear about it when they spoke later. And maybe Artoria as well, he was sure she would be happy to hear about how much he learned with her son. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. An old hatchet. She smiled and put out the next serving. Greeted with a smile and a nod of the head back, she moved on to the next person who approached with a dish in hand. One after another, they came and she sent them off with full bowls. It was nice. It was simple. It made her feel. It won't work. Boudica barely suppressed a twitch when Archer spoke up. Rather, she had been anticipating him saying something since he showed up and gave her a look which just promised he would open his mouth at some point. But he had been quiet, up until now. Maybe it had been too much to hope that he would keep his silence. He did most other times. Though if she made it clear she did not want to speak about it, then perhaps he would get the hint. HMPH. As if he would do something like that. Putting on a smile, she hummed as she scooped out the next serving of stew and handed it out. Waiting until the servant, Edward Teach, walked off with his curious friend by his side. Though she did give him a somewhat pointed look when his eyes wandered just a bit too far. But the moment he moved off, she called back over her shoulder. What won't? Edward. He just needs a firm slap to get his mind back on track and to keep his eyes to himself. But I doubt even a god could achieve a miracle such as that. Archer let out a faint hum behind her. On that we would have to agree, but we can't pretend that you don't know what I am talking about. Maybe I do and am just choosing to ignore you. If it were just me, Archer replied with an even tone, then there would be no issue, but it is not just me you are ignoring. It is the problem itself. Boudica felt her smile slip away. This was not a conversation she wanted to have at all, especially not now. At the worst possible times. Even if she was interested in this particular discussion, did he really think she would drop everything and entertain him now? Then it sounds like a problem for me and me alone, doesn't it? Her words were injected with more force this time, only just stopping herself from shooting a glare over her shoulder. If he were smart, then he might call it an end. She thought it was the end. But apparently Archer liked to test his luck. Problems that will eventually branch over, whether you believe so or not. That makes it none of your business. Her words were colder now, turning and leveling him with a hard eye. There was only the simple and unbroken gaze of the silver-haired man, utterly unfazed by her response. It was as though he was treating her as somehow an unruly child throwing a tantrum. It bothered her a little. It was her business he was trying to intrude in, that made it her problem as well. If there is a problem, then perhaps myself and Master can discuss it. Until that arises. Archer let out a faint but clear scoff. Her eyes narrowed immediately. Is there something more you want to say, Archer? Seconds passed. Then he did speak. You cannot pretend to be unbothered about this, Boudica. Burying this and refusing to face it will not end well. For you or for anyone else. He stepped up, arms folded over his chest. I would rather save Master the trouble of dealing with the aftermath. Did he just phrase it like a chore? Boudica clenched her jaw and fought very hard to keep herself civil. I am glad to see that you are showing such care for my personal well-being, Archer, but as you can see, I have the matter well in hand. The nerve of him. Turning back around, she went for the ladle. And what are you going to do the next time this happens? Her fingers barely skimmed across the handle of the cookware. His words all but struck her in the back of the head and she found herself freezing up for a split second. A split second long enough for him to continue. Will you put on a smile and say that all is well and right? Hiding away your troubles until a time comes when they burst to the surface once again. Will you threaten Master as you did before? Her nostrils flared and she whipped around. How dare? Archer stood there, eyes cold and lips thin. Can you tell me I am wrong then? Can you say with certainty that you are truly past this? She balled her hands into fists, clenching her jaw hard enough that she could break teeth. Archer remained unmoved. As you say, it is your business. Then his eyes narrowed into daggers. But it becomes my business when it threatens the safety of Master. Perhaps you can consider it an act of kindness on my part or something else, but I would rather he not suffer through watching his allies be put down because she lost control of her anger. A loud slapping sound rang out, like someone clapped. Boudica blinked and looked around for where the noise came from. It sounded close as well. Very close. Wait, why was her hand raised? A sinking feeling started to bubble up inside her as she turned her head very slowly towards the direction of the cafeteria itself, noting the eerie silence that had fallen. The eyes of the room had settled on her. On her, and behind her. Yes. Archery's voice remained dry, her gaze turned back towards him. She hasn't. Had she? He was rubbing the underside of his nose and pulling his head back from the side, as if he had been struck. I can see your rage is well controlled. Her outstretched hand tingled. Her fingers curled into a fist and then her gaze hardened into a glare. She didn't want to deal with this right now. Tearing the apron off, she thrust it into his arms and turned on her heel, stomping out of the kitchen and right past anyone who might have been in her way. Really, she didn't want to look at them at the moment. Past her anger. Past her anger. If there was something burning her eyes, she didn't care for it. She just kept on walking. That was certainly not quite what he expected. But he did anticipate she would get upset, though getting physical with him was certainly something. Getting slapped by upset women. Wasn't that nostalgic for him? He rubbed the underside of his nose again and glanced to the waiting line of hungry faces, their eyes looking from him and then to the door that Boudica had just stomped out of. Unspoken questions littering their faces. Rough morning. He grunted by way of explanation and made it clear he would provide nothing more than that. Being known as someone who pushed buttons made that an easy excuse to accept. For most. Certainly not for some. Especially the man who likely just clamped a hand down on his upper arm and yanked it back as if he was trying to dislocate it. Excuse us for a moment, friend. I shall see to it you have an extra serving for the delay. Archer noted the friendly nature of the voice did not quite line up with the death grip around him, especially as he was being pulled further into the depths of the kitchen with such force that he might as well have been in the paws of a berserker. Well, at least he was finding out that it was quite possible for Sigurd to get upset. The brisk walk ended as Sigurd yanked him about and spun him so he faced the saber, raising a brow as he was met with a rather stern visage. It was not angry. Merely disapproving. I should like an explanation, Archer. The voice was demanding but still controlled, almost polite as well. Novel. Archer glanced down at his upper arm and rolled it ever so slightly. I am coming to a realization that I might not be the strongest cook in the kitchen. Sigurd gave nothing to the words, he did not even look as if he heard them. Just kept up the stoic expression and waited. Archer folded his arms and cocked his neck to the side. Did you not hear that it was her business? I believe she spoke loud enough and made her point rather clear for how she treated those who pressed too hard. Sigurd rumbled and pursed his lips. Then I shall expect a very strongly worded complaint from either. From words or fist, but I shall know all the same. Quite. You are a troublesome fellow, Archer, but a miscreant who provokes anger for fun. I should hardly think that is the sort of person you might be. A time for innocent jabs between friends and a time for cruel words. What brought this on? Well, oh. Archer kept up his innocent expression and leaned back, hands raised. How can you be so sure that I was not merely making an effort to tease her at the wrong time? Ah, now Sigurd looked very unimpressed. I dare say that you are a rather poor liar, Archer. Let us speak honestly with one another on this matter. I believe that while our approaches may differ, our aims are aligned. We both walk the same path, I should say. And how did you come to this conclusion? It was a strange thing for the servant to come out and say. Or perhaps it was not strange for Sigurd to believe such a thing, a man with a curious optimism about him. Perhaps he had inferred that Archer's words were some strange effort to bring peace to Boudica, or perhaps he saw something else which eluded him. Even supposing they did, she made it clear. I might repeat my answer again, Archer. Indeed, perhaps he would. He sighed and figured that he would be pestered by this until, well. The man gave the impression of being dogged, and if there was one thing that he discerned from these undead, it was that when they put their mind to a task, they were rather zealous in pursuing it until the end. Her anger is a liability and she won't deal with it. Archer raised a finger and pointed at him. And you were not addressing it either. Both she and Master Content to be blaming themselves will only make the next time this happens more damaging. It is a problem easily avoided that cannot be ignored. Sigurd was silent for a short time. A very short time. Then he sighed, one that sounded ancient, and stepped back, running a hand through his hair. I fear you are quite right. Boudica remains, ashamed of her anger. Ashamed of it or not, it was wielded as a weapon against her contracted master. Only by the grace of quick thinking was she stopped, but that might not always be the case. He grunted, shaking his head. Quite frankly, he had no interest in watching someone rip themselves apart over grief. He did not expect Boudica to just get over her anger. That would be impossible, and he knew the problems of getting over things that left deep issues. But putting it aside, accepting it, even, would ultimately be for the good of everyone. And you thought to barb her with words until she realized her folly. It was odd. Definitely odd. Sigurd was alarmingly perceptive for a man who seemed to spend most of his time laughing, drinking or napping. Archer only shrugged. I merely said what came to mind after seeing what she was doing. If she acts after that, well, that is her business. It was unhealthy and a little sickening to see, if he was being honest. Depressing as well. It was a problem that she could at least solve about herself before it turned into something ugly. Even if it perhaps wouldn't matter at her next summoning, it would help with this one. Especially with Chaldea retaining memories. HMPH. He thought he was past that sort of thing. What a nuisance he could be sometimes. Sigurd's now grinning face didn't much help matters, soon finding himself frowning at the man and shaking his head. So long as the problem gets solved before it causes more issues for Master, I don't much care what happens. Annoyingly, Sigurd was still grinning at him as if he could see something. He was probably using that optimism again. Did you know she would strike you? I'm glad she did not punch me. She might well do, the next time she sees you. Archer scoffed and walked past him, assuming they were done. Given he wasn't prevented from leaving, he took that as a yes. Really, it sounded like it would be up to Sigurd now and whatever that man could cook up as a solution. Well, he seemed closer to Boudica and had been witness to that little incident. And if there was one thing about these undead, they were dogged indeed. Perhaps it was convenient sometimes. Sigurd was quite unsure what he was going to do about this. He hadn't been sure what he could do. But seeing Boudica do something like that spurred him into action. Oh, and that Archer, he could be quite shy with his feelings, it seemed. But Sigurd could see he was worried in his own way without actually coming out and saying it. Perhaps it was effective, but he wasn't sure how much he approved. There were alternatives to dragging up someone's trauma as well as setting themselves up for a slap in the face, but perhaps he did get off rather lightly. That being said, Sigurd was quite unsure how he would help. Boudica was ashamed of her anger, that much he knew. But he had seen her trying to get better. She was perhaps not amicable with the Roman emperor, but she wasn't trying to slice her head off when they walked past one another. He called that a great success. Oh, how he wished he could be there to have some words with this avenged fellow. He'd have to give them a jolly good talking to when it came to doing something like this to a person, but that was another matter. Boudica came first. And, perhaps there was only one thing for it. Something he was sure that the woman had never gotten when she lived. But sorely needed. First and foremost though, the knocking of his fist resounded rather loudly as he waited for a response, and he waited longer still. The time was growing indeed, as was his frown. He hoped she was not shaken too deeply by this. The door opened up, his relief fell on him for a brief moment before it departed as the doors opened and Boudica revealed herself. If there was evidence of tears down her cheeks, then he would say nothing at all about it. She watched him for a moment, saying nothing, then wet her lips and gave a depreciative laugh. I must have made quite a scene. Hardly worse than the time poor Beatrice ran afoul of Havel. Or just the other day when Mordred and the heroine got into a nasty brawl with one another. I can't say I shall soon forget the sight of a sandwich being used as a weapon like that. Results. Boudica's smile lost some of its sadness and turned a little more joyful, amused as she rumbled a chuckle and leaned back slightly. I suppose that was something else, but I probably should have kept a better lid on it. Sigurd shrugged. I doubt Archer's words have net him many a friend, some of the things he and the Chilean say to one another. Exaggerating a shudder, he was met with another faint chuckle. But the amusement could not last, and when it did fade, the aura of the conversation turned a touch sour. Do you wish to speak about it? Boudica made a rather pained face. One of great reluctance. Yes, he expected that answer. Boudica. He kept his words gentle. Quote dot dot dot. How you feel cannot be helped. And just like that, her face turned cold. Vacant. Like a worn-down castle in the snow, barely a memory of life left. Seeing that hurt him deeply. That doesn't make it anyone's problem but my own. Her hand was waved, as if to brush aside whatever feelings she felt. It's all in the past now. Sigurd struggled to keep his face even. Her words and her expression did not match with one another. Rather, it was clear she was forcing herself to say it. Thank you for checking on me. She was turning away. I'll be around La. His hand caught her wrist before she could leave. In all honesty, he was surprised by how swift he had been. Now he wasn't sure what to do. Boudica made no immediate move to shake off his hand, nor did she do much of anything. She stiffened at the contact, then went utterly still. Whether it was permission to speak or not, he couldn't help himself. You were allowed to be upset. Allowed. Sigurd had known immediately that he used the wrong words. Her single-word response, like steel across stone, had him flinch. Most definitely the wrong thing to say. That was not what I meant. Oh, good. Boudica's words were flat. So what did you mean then? That I had permission to be upset. That it was perfectly fine and normal for me to be a touch miffed about something. She turned her head and looked right at him. Sigurd released her hand as if it had been set aflame, or rather, that her chilly tone was turning him to ice merely by being close to her. No, not at all. I misspoke there for a moment. Because that would be something, wouldn't it? Boudica gave no heed to his defense, eyes unblinking. I'm sure what you meant was that everything was right and proper if I was angry about something, yes. Ah. He really had gone and put his foot in his mouth. Probably the whole leg. No, wait, please, let me explain. He needed to find the right words before she slammed the door in his face. What I meant to say was that it's natural for you to be upset about, you can express your anger. Can I? Boudica inclined her head, then pinched her brows. Can I really? He snapped his jaw shut before he could dig a hole any deeper for himself. But it was probably much too late for it now. Can I really be allowed to go off and just let my anger loose? Is that? She did not finish the sentence, she just huffed out a disbelieving laugh and rubbed her face with her hands. Sigurd kept his silence through it, but found the strong urge to let the ground consume him from head to toe. That would be rather appealing. Quote dot dot dot. You would say that after. Shaking her head from side to side, she turned and started to walk back into her room, hand reaching out for the control panel on the other side. No one blames you. I don't care if they blame me or not. It was a shout that drowned out silence, her back to him and with her shoulders raised high, her head hunched forwards. I don't care if they say it wasn't my fault. It was. My anger. My problems. So no, Sigurd, I can't just let myself be angry, and even if I was allowed, even if that were the case, what good would it do? He stepped back as she whirled around, glaring right into his eyes. What good would it truly do? What can I do with all that anger? There are bigger things at stake here than my anger. I nearly. Something in her voice cracked, her eyes glistened as she stepped backwards. Her jaw clenched and her lips were sealed shut. Quote dot dot dot. Just go, she whispered. Please. Sigurd nodded his head and stepped back, letting her shut the door without any further words from himself. He didn't want to risk saying the wrong thing. Jorm always did say that he had a nasty habit of being a little too careless sometimes. He just thought it related solely to adventuring. Well, it seemed that was not quite the case at all times. Turning about, he started to walk back off and through the hallways once more, his next destination already in mind. Imagining Jorm's comments would have been easy. Let the matter settle, Sigurd. You're meddling too much. A cautious warning that he would have not heeded. He could only guess as to what Jorm would say as well. Sorry, old friend. Rumbling to himself under his breath, he slid his hand over the door and opened it up. You're not here to warn me against this one. Metal slid away and revealed the interior, a place he had not much frequented since his other works, but he spied the target of his interest immediately. Currently engaged in a conversation with another. Sigurd took in a breath and strode across the room, making right for the table and noticing how only one flicked their eyes his way while the other had yet to see him. It was a short thing. Sigurd. Nud raised his hand in greeting, a smile on his lips as he waved. Come, join us. Nero turned about, emerald eyes shining with interest as she released a noise of surprise and then flashed a hand in a welcoming manner. Ah, one of the cooks. Yes, I have sampled your work in the past and have the chance to offer my praise. For a man without the benefit of the senses, you are certainly a fellow of good craft. Well, they were certainly welcome words indeed. Smiling, he nodded back his thanks. To hear such earnest praise is reward enough, Emperor. I am pleased that my idle hobbies have managed to garner such vaunted attention from those of a higher class. As he set himself down beside Nud, he shuffled and thinned his lips. But I fear that, though I would very much like to share in revelry, there is another matter which requires my attention. Oh. Nero blinked slowly, chalice halfway to her lips, and quirked a brow. Is that so? You do have much the expression of a man with a thought most dour. I dare say it would be best for you to have it sorted swiftly before you spoil the moods, either of those who pass you by or even yourself. She frowned. Revelry can hardly be enjoyed if one has a frown so deep. Wise words indeed. He glanced the way of Nud, then rolled his lips and moved his eyes back to Nero. I am afraid the matter would concern you rather personally. There was a short moment of silence. Then a small thud as Nero set down her silver chalice and pulled back her hands, face going deceptively blank as she spoke a few words. You are here on the matter of Boudica, I should think. A few, but very accurate, words. I am. He was a bit puzzled as to how she would know. Nero exhaled. Perhaps I should have foreseen this coming long before today. I have found myself blessed with borrowed time, but it might be idle hands which have set about this lack of words. Her lips pulled into a tight and uncomfortable frown. I had thought to greet her before matters came to a head in that ghastly tower, but she trailed off. He understood well. There was no need to say much else. I confess that I am of the impression it is my fault for abandoning my duty as emperor. A coward, I say, that I shirked away from her gaze for as long as I did. Sigurd shook his head. I know little of your responsibilities, but so few would often find themselves willing to stand face to face with the parent of dead children. I fear I was perhaps as content as you were, thinking that no action at all was the best path forwards. As emperor, my responsibility. As her friend, I should have. Nud coughed loudly at that. Both he and Nero were interrupted, turning on the man as he lowered a silver fist. Before we craft a cycle of assuming blame, perhaps it would be more productive if we were to come to the heart of the matter. He lowered the hand onto the table, his eyes becoming more focused. Though I am somewhat of a stranger here, Boudica is of the Isles and I have some small feeling of responsibility for her as well. That end, Sigurd felt something very odd here. Something colder than before, an almost hollow gaze in the face of the man as he brought his mug to his lips. And I know all too well what holding onto a grudge can do. More so if it can never be brought forth to the light, the way it. Nud was quiet, if only for a moment. I would like to see Boudica avoid such a dark path. If there is any aid I can offer to see her heal, then you can call upon me. That was a relief to hear. Certainly a balm upon his soul that there were so many who could aid Boudica, who wished her well. His eyes flicked back to Nero. The features of the emperor held tight for but a moment longer, then went slack. Indeed, I shall not leave it to others to fix this mess, or rather, I shall not rely on the hands of outsiders alone to take responsibility for Rome. As an emperor, former or otherwise, I shall render my aid unto you. Nero seemed a bit uneasy though, despite her words. It is the very least I can do. Ordinarily, he would say something about her forcing herself, but it might not just be Boudica who needed this confrontation. It could be the two of them. I fear we would need the permission of Master to proceed further. Especially at a time such as this. Nods of the head went around the table. Nero drummed her fingers, shifting forwards. You speak sense in this matter. I shall consult with Master post-haste. Sigurd waved a hand. She didn't need to be the one to go out of her way for something like that. Nay, I shall speak with him on the matter, and you might spend your time thinking about what you wish to say. I dare assume you also have something to get off your chest, There was no need to wait for a reply. Her expression made it clear that he would not be getting one in a hurry. I wish you both well. That said, he returned to his feet and strode for the door with only a final wave of the hand as a form of parting for the duo. Nud waited until Sigurd left before speaking. He is right, you're talented at hiding it. Hiding what? Nero quickly cut in, voice forced. You would accuse me of concealing something. Preposterous. Nero. It was only a soft use of her name, but it had her end the pretense of it all. He had eyes and they did work. Of all the people she could afford to be brazen with, a fellow ruler, a god as well, marked him as likely one of the few. Especially as he was privy to some worse things such as these. I know that you have had a struggle on approaching Boudica. It is not something I need witness personally to know of. Merely common sense would guide my hand into believing that. Nero pulled her lips thin. As was said, not many would approach her on the subject. Because you are ashamed of the matter. It was a silence that met him. A troubled one as well. We shall not pretend that building an empire does not grant one enemies. To believe otherwise would make one a fool. Nud gave a curt nod of the head. True as that might be, I doubt you hold Boudica in the same regard as I would hold, say, Balur and his Fomorian armies. A ferocious bunch that they were, and scarcely an ounce of love between any of us. Also there was that matter of his head getting cut off. That was a thing as well. It was a little hard to move past all that, really. Even if the experience was a bit detached. Hey, detached. He concealed a smile at his own joke behind his mug as he took another sip, patiently awaiting the reply of Nero. Though her face was a curious one, as if she was fighting between indignation and insult. I would not so readily compare the actions of Boudica to those of your old foes, nor of the great demon Balur. Most assuredly not. At least, not in part. But she butchered hundreds of innocents in her quest for revenge. They were your citizens. Mothers, fathers, brothers and sisters all. Sons and daughters, just as she lost her own. There is little shame in admitting that you hold some grief over the matter on your side as well. Nero thinned her lips, sliding her chalice away from her. Moments of grief. A convenience of blame and an enemy responsible for her anguish. I will not lie. She is due her rage against me, and I shall say that it is earned, however. Nud thinned his lips. Does it sadden you to see her like this? To know that she suffers all the more? A quick nod of the head. Perhaps I am emperor and am afforded my chance to move past such things, the sadness of life, and look to the past. I am not weighed down by my troubles, even if they might linger in some dark corner of my mind. A twitch, she glanced off with a strained expression. Migraines bother me still. Nud shrugged. I am a god of healing as well. If you should wish for a remedy, I might find some way of aiding you. It is not just Guinevere who might bless water to bring about a great healing. He beamed. My grandson had that talent as well. You sound proud indeed. Yes, I am. But this was no time for him to be lost in the praise of his extended family. What do you wish to come of this, Nero? Truly. He had an inkling of what it might be, but to hear her intentions were for the best. Nero thinned her lips. I would like for us to begin anew, she and I. Green eyes closed. Indeed, to make an empire is to invite enemies, but when all is done and the battles have ended, the people who have been conquered should learn to accept it. They should be taught to see that they were wrong for opposing you, yet for Boudica and her people. They accepted us, made us allies, and then the mockery that befell them was an insult. Her hands tightened to fists and her head sunk lower. I was named a co-heir to his kingdom, you know. Boudica's husband did that. Nero made a strained face. An odd custom, I admit, and one I never gave much thought of before. Yet he all but legitimized my being in line with that of his own daughters. A strange thing and, when one considers it all. Nud rubbed his brow. It becomes a tragedy through and through. Intentions and actions differ at times. Any man can have great intentions, but it is through their actions that we learn whether those intentions are realized. It was a sadder hum of acknowledgement. But as I have said, I am emperor. I have my pride, and to grovel before her would change nothing of the matter now, nor would she ever be inclined to offer forgiveness of her own. Nero looked out, eyes opening. Yet I can see there is a strength in her that is not often seen. More so as a fellow ruler, even though the scale differs. The principle remains. Nero nodded her head. I think that I would like for her to see that Rome is not composed of thugs and fools, those who vie for power and use any means to get it. She had her work cut out for her then. Even if Boudica ever saw such a thing, the fact remained that she was the one who was on the receiving end of those thugs and fools, as was put forth. Well, he was fine with this as it were. Then I shall wish you luck in your endeavor. Nero nodded her head, then placed her hands down and launched herself to her feet. A voice rich with confidence. An emperor shall excel in all things they put their mind to. Even if it shall take the duration of my summoning, I will see this task through to the end and closure for the both of us. It was nice to see her in such high spirits. He waved a hand. Off you go then. I'm here if you need advice. Though I doubt it shall come to such a thing, the offer is appreciated nonetheless. And with that, Nero went strutting past him and out of the room. He sat there for a short moment, bringing the mug to his lips another time. That went well. Then he lowered it down, turning his head ever so slightly. Who else was it that might need some help from him? And his lips drew thin as the thoughts came to him. He probably had his work cut out for him a bit. Boudica was feeling rather drained. Exceedingly drained. Since coming back she had hardly had a moment of rest for herself. Not even when she tried to have such a thing, did she find that there was any comfort to be had. Just continued memories. Archer was probably right, no matter what she wanted to say. Burying it hadn't worked the first time around, and it certainly wouldn't work the next time around either. Yet what was there to? A thudding knock at the door turned her eyes. She raised a brow and started to stand up, moving across towards it and waving her hand over the panel. When it opened, she was in for a small surprise. Mash. Ah, hello, Boudica-san. It was a rather hasty but still earnest reply. The girl stood a little straighter and looked a little brighter. It was hard to keep her own smile away at the guest. Not even the troubles she felt at the moment could spoil this. Not that I'm not grateful for you stopping around, but is there something the matter? She only asked because of the fact that Mash was dressed in a plug suit meant for ray-shifting. Which meant there might be a small problem. There is a little singularity. Senpei wants to go and investigate it and wanted to bring you along as well. Boudica nodded her head. That was. He does. That was, definitely, something. Yes. I'll be there shortly. Mash looked like she wanted to say more, but then apparently decided against it and nodded her head, turning around and walking off back the way she had come. Heading to a singularity, even if only small, and taking her along as well. Boudica felt her lips pull into a tight grimace. There was a lot she could say. A lot that she was thinking about as well. But, well, right now she was a servant who needed to obey the words of her master, so if it was a minute or major singularity, she would be down there to help. Even if her mind wasn't in the best place right now. Master was there waiting for her when she arrived, and Mash as well. With one notable exception. But that alone wasn't what had her raise a brow, it was also the way that the young man looked, as if he was fighting to stay on his feet. Bags under his eyes more prevalent than she had noticed before, and it was far enough that her frown grew deeply. He shouldn't have been out of bed in that state. Let alone leading excursions into singularities. Yeah, I know what you want to, too. His words failed him and he broke off into a yawn, eyes rolling back and leaning away. Boudica turned her eyes on Mash, seeing the same troubled feelings she doubtless felt about this. I think we might be able to put this off for a couple of hours until you No, no. Master waved a hand, jerking his head forwards and blinking, rubbing his face and seemingly going through all the motions that a person would in order to stay away. All he was missing was throwing a glass of cold water on his face. How did you even get past Ash? If there was one thing she was certain of, it was that he would have taken one look at the young man and probably said he was being reckless and then been really obstinate about it as well. Ash's own health. That he could give or take, but his master's. No. Master rubbed his brows for a moment. He's away doing one of his own little things. I told him to do a hobby and let me handle this, it's only a small singularity and we can deal with it. She raised a brow very slowly at the almost flippant way he spoke, much like a child brushing off an assignment until the last second. Even if she knew absolutely nothing about the context of that, it was an example provided to her. Who else is coming? I have arrived. Her body went stiff. Her eyes narrowed to slits and her breath hitched. She knew that voice. Knew that arrogant and pompous tone of voice. And like everything in her body turned to ice, she felt an indescribable cold wash over her. I see we are all prepared to leave. Umu. Then let us make efforts to depart post-haste. The sooner we might slay whatever dastardly fiend interrupts my rest, the sooner I might return to my entertainment. Boudica had no words. She needed no words. She just turned and looked right at Master and that was enough. He looked apologetic, but that was all. He just looked it. Then she glanced at Mash, who was not meeting her eyes and staring right down at the ground. Boudica didn't dare turn her head as the red dress sauntered past her. She didn't even look at her. Neither of them did. Could she turn around and walk off? Just leave. It felt like something she could do, something she wanted to do, but the alternative was just, let's go. Her voice came out like cold steel. Yes, she wanted this over and done with too. If he wanted to know if she could work, then fine. She could work, but she would absolutely be nowhere near Nero when she did it. Where are we going? Master glanced at her and looked away a fraction of a second later. Britain. Ah, of course. Because that made so much sense. When? I think it was. He turned off and towards Mash, a hint of pleading in his gaze for an answer. Mash sensed it, her head snapped up swiftly. 107 AD, Senpei. Close but not too close. Fine. And it was Britain, her home, so she could stomach going back. Her eyes slipped away and towards a certain someone. Even if this was what she had for help, but if she kept her head down and just avoided talking to them, then it would probably all work out in the end. Hopefully. Yet a treacherous part of her mind could already whisper to her that it was never going to happen. Being here again was. It was something. A swirl of emotions surged through her quickly as she found herself in the midst of a forest, not one she immediately recognized, but the feeling and scent of it all was known to her. She took in a breath and then exhaled. She was home. It might have been of another time, it might have been in another place entirely from the place she lived in, but it was home all the same. Some 40 years after she was gone. Her daughters would have been. Her eyes were clenched shut and she turned sharply to the side, biting her inner cheek until she could taste copper. No, she was not going to think about it. Because if she started, then she was never going to stop. And with Nero being here, Boudica opened her eyes and turned her head about, sweeping a discerning look over their surroundings and searching for anything in particular that might have been out of place, or perhaps worth looking into. The woods were the same though. As was the familiar chirping in the trees of birds. It shouldn't have really gotten to her like it did. It was a woodland, that was it. When a person had stood in the midst of one forest, they had stood in them all but. All right then. Master spoke from somewhere off to the left of her. She turned towards him as he spoke. We've determined it is somewhere in this general area, not sure what the problem actually is, but it's something that's bringing a minor fluctuation. Might be a monster out of time or just a little blip. He turned towards Mash. So I think our best bet might be to widen out some search parties to get things going. A stupendous idea. Nero loudly supported with a shout, finger raised upwards and a beaming grin on her face. Boudica fought the urge to roll her eyes and instead looked away from her quickly. The nostalgia of coming home was being spoiled. With as many eyes as we have, our capacity for finding the troublemakers shall rise greatly. Thus we shall partner off. Partner off? Absolutely not. And if we were to run into trouble? It fell to her to be the voice of reason in this. With our forces cut in half, it might take time for someone to meet up with us. More so if they found themselves outnumbered. Shaking her head, she faced Master directly. We should stay as a group and search around. It might take longer, but it is far safer. Master looked back at her for a moment, placing his hands on his hips and humming. She was just confused by his face. Why did he look so pensive and thoughtful about it? The decision should have been. I'm inclined to agree with Nero on this. What? Pardon. He quickly raised his hands. We don't know how far we might be from a civilization center, and if there is a chimera and we're walking in the opposite direction, it could run right into some people and kill them and we'd be none the wiser. Boudica admitted that he had a point there. Reluctant as she might have been to accept it for one specific reason. It might be safer for us to be a group, but the people around here are the ones in bigger danger, so I think we should break away into groups. If he was so set on it, then fine. I shall accompany. Then myself and Boudica shall search the north while you take to the south. Boudica was bulldozed over, her eyes widened immediately as she realized what happened and who was speaking. Her neck whipped around with a sharp crack and she stared, dumbfounded and with rising fury, at the petite blonde, who did not even so much as look at her as they were under her glare. What was this? What game was she playing here? Master, this is. She was already turning to him when he was nodding his head. All right, we'll stay in contact with one another. Make sure you call back if there's any trouble. He looked at her directly. Take care. Take care. That was it. This was just. Standing there and watching as he just turned around and walked through the bushes just didn't feel real. Like this was some sort of bad dream as she was now trapped, alone, with only Nero as company. Was she speaking another language? Had no one heard her? Come then, Boudica. We shall. Her body twisted about and she moved close, leaning down with a glare and silencing the blonde who at last reacted with a clear flinch when she was right into their personal space. Do not use my name like we're friends. If they were going to do this, then she wasn't going to speak. Master wanted them to split off. Fine. Great. She would split off. With another sharp turn, she stomped away in the opposite direction to him and batted aside whatever happened to be in her path. In this particular instance, it was a tree trunk. The loud snapping and low groaning as it toppled over didn't register at all to her ears. Hours. It felt like hours of searching. Boudica was starting to think there was something else going on here. A small singularity in Britain of all places in the middle of seemingly nowhere and with only herself and Nero sent off as a pair. Boudica felt her eyes narrow further. Pieces of the puzzle fell into place. And she was frustrated at how long it took her to put them together. She stopped walking at the edge of the forest overlooking a field, and stared out across the distant horizon. Ash was busy doing something personal. Sure he was. He was probably very busy. Maintaining this tiny singularity as he had done with Christmas as well. That was what it was, wasn't it? They tricked her into coming here, and for what purpose? Was this a test? It had to be. Oh, yes. Put her alone in the woods with a person she hated and see if she would snap and just kill them. Yes, that had to be it. Boudica rolled her jaw, unsure of what to feel about it. Was it more controlled? Were they waiting somewhere in the wings again for it and could she even blame them? The last time Nero hadn't even been there and she had been. If Ash hadn't run her through then she might have. Her fingers danced over her chest, right above her heart, where she knew the blade had pierced her. She took in a sharp breath at the sound of foliage moving around behind her. Nero had been mercifully quiet. But now she wanted answers. Whose idea was this? She could feel them stiffen, but did not turn around to confirm it. Yours. No, I can't imagine you'd do something to put yourself in harm's way. As if you would let yourself be served up as bait. Her hand dropped down. Masters then. How far did he really go? Will I pull aside the bushes and find Ash crouched with sword in hand? More silence. Her jaw clenched as she turned. Well. Nero met her look without turning and without faltering. It is only you and I. Only the two of them. As if. Forgive me if I don't believe you. She scoffed. Nero looked on with thin lips. You are free to believe what you will, but by my word, it is only the two of us here. It took some convincing for Master to even allow a situation as dangerous as this. Dangerous? For me, you mean? Boudica chuckled emptily. What danger are you in? Nero reacted by dropping her sword to the ground. It was a move that brought her brows together as the scarlet blade thudded into the dirt. The Emperor stood there, disarmed and with her hands open to show her palms. What was this? What was this supposed to be? Boudica curled her lip in disgust. Is that what you think of me? That I have just been waiting for the chance to gut you? That throwing down your sword, now I shall, what? Leap the distance and tear into your throat like a berserker. Nero shook her head. This is my honesty as Emperor. What stands before you is all there is. There are no tricks, no deceits. We, you and I, are alone. Not even the eyes and ears of Chaldea themselves are upon us this far. She eyed the red sword on the ground once again. Oh yes, a very flashy show of good faith. A show. Because that was all Nero was, wasn't she? A stage performer. So it was fake then. Ah, now Nero flinched. There were thoughts of having this done in the simulator, but I wished it to be done here and made my plea to Ash. He agreed to my words and created this place. I wanted to come back to the site of one of my greatest failures as Emperor. Boudica blinked very slowly. Were they really going to do this? Now. Her chest thundered as she waited for Nero to say anything more. Apparently she took the silence as a cue to continue. The defilement of your daughters and the ruin of your people falls onto my shoulders as Emperor. You may blame me, denounce me, without fear of persecution. I shall freely admit to you that it is my fault. So what? Nero blinked at her. Pardon. Boudica cocked a brow. So what? You're sorry. Is that what you came here to tell me? No, not even that. You said that I'm being given permission to blame you for everything that happened. How grateful I am for that. She winced at the barbs. That is, if I had the power I would have done it. Had the power. Boudica almost laughed at the audacity of those words. You were the Emperor. What other power did you need? Throwing up her hands, she stepped back. Power wasn't the problem. You just didn't care. Apathy, that's what it was. My people, my family, my children, we just didn't actually matter all that much to you, and I suppose that's what it's like to be an ant under the foot of a giant. You just get. Stamping her food down hard enough to crack the earth under her, Nero's eyes dropped down to it as her arms lowered back to her side. But what good is it going to do me now? Boudica asked, perhaps Nero or perhaps herself. There would be no good of this now. It's done. It can't be undone now because you're letting me blame you. Me hating you won't change what happened. Won't make it any better. Boudica took a step back and shrugged. Don't you understand? It doesn't matter anymore because. Nero's eyes went alight with fury. Do not speak of that. She was, briefly put silent by that genuine rage in the voice of the Emperor. Do not do your daughters the disservice of saying what befell them did not matter. It matters. Of course it matters. Whether a decade, a century, or 1,000 years have passed. It shall always matter. Boudica just stared at her. She wanted to get angry. To accuse Nero of something, anything, but nothing sprung to mind. She just stared at her, getting angry on her behalf. Nero wet her lips and looked down. It was a silence that followed. Then Nero looked up, eyes glistening. I remember when Claudia was born. I was, at a loss. A true loss. Holding this infant child in my arms and staring down at her, I could scarcely believe that I thought to myself that it was only natural that she would be so precious. She was my daughter. Nero brought up her empty hands as if to cradle something. A gesture lasting no more than an instant before they dropped down. I can think of few times when I was truly alive. In those small moments with only my daughter in my arms, it compared to the great performances which earned the cheers of 1,000 people. Nero chuckled. It was a decidedly wet sound. This small pink thing made my heart flutter in a room of pure silence where it would take the thunderous applause of my people to earn that result. Boudica pursed her lips. ... And then she was so cold. It was in a flat voice. Nero's eyes turned vacant. My gem vanished. I was blessed with her for but a few months before she went silent, and there was no one to blame. There was nothing I could destroy to lessen that hollow feeling in my heart where she had been. Boudica didn't expect to see her like this. Not really. Rather, it was hard to see her. She didn't want to see her like this because if she did then she'd probably never forget it. ... Mere months I had her, and it was not until she vanished that I could possibly understand how deeply she had buried herself in my heart. My sweet little Claudia. Even now she sounded on the verge of tears, despite how forced her expression was. If my daughter had lived. If I had seen. It was almost a snarl, but just as quickly vanished. ... The person, the animals, responsible would have never dared breath in the sight of my empire again. Nero started approaching her. Boudica took a half step backwards and no further. So, yes. Nero continued. You can blame me. I ask you to blame me. Denounce and hate me. I am, indeed, the monster who did nothing as savages and fiends destroyed your home and defiled your family. Step after step. And then Nero was just right in front of her. Boudica looked down at her and just stared. Nero looked up. And, oh, that cold empty look. Yes, she knew it. That loss and anger. Why did she have to go and say something like this? Why did she have to go and be more human? ... You no longer need to pretend to be civil. I have not earned that. If you wish to spit upon me, then you may do so. Nero took in a shallow breath. And you were right. I did not apologize, and as a former emperor, my apologies would change little, but as a mother I cannot express enough my deepest condolences for what befell your daughters. Boudica had one real thought for all of that. One thing that she could see in that raw emotion. ... You really loved her, didn't you? Nero nodded her head stiffly. Yes. Because of course she loved her daughter. Just as Boudica loved hers. Nero, who became a mother, had it so quickly snatched away from her before she had the chance to truly enjoy it, and even then, it left its mark. As she would know. Boudica raised her hands and reached out towards the emperor. Her eyes remained fixed on the smaller woman. Nero remained still as her hands dropped onto her shoulders. Boudica lowered herself a little bit. Then just gradually pulled the emperor into a firm hug. She wasn't sure which of them was more surprised. Perhaps it didn't matter. ... I can't forget it. What your people did to mine, but... Boudica swallowed. ... I am sorry about your daughter. Before anything. They were both mothers who lost their children. Hers were defiled and then killed themselves. Nero's perished before they even had a chance to live. Pulling away from the emperor, from Nero, Boudica slowly rose back up. She was still upset. Very much so. But it was easier to see Nero as this person. Not as an emperor. She let go of the smaller woman entirely and stepped away from her, drawing her lips thin. Perhaps it would take a while, a long while, or perhaps it would never happen. But perhaps it would have all been different if they met like this. It might have all worked out differently had it been Nero herself. Maybe. Boudica wanted to believe that. As long as she had that ambiguity to it, then she could believe it. ... Come on then. Boudica jerked her head back towards the forest. Let's return to the others. ... They went along only with my wishes. Boudica rolled her eyes. Let's not start with that, I think. She paused for a moment, then sighed. ... I think this was long overdue. Nero pursed her lips and said very little, only giving the faintest nod of the head. Yes. It was overdue. Exhaustion of false sin. He was sure being tired wasn't this normal. Wincing away as Romani shined a torch into his eye, rubbing his brows as the doctor lowered it back down and leaned away into his chair. You've been getting full nights of sleep. Ritska nodded. I'm sure there is someone who can attest to that. Multiple witnesses as well, as he imagined, and glancing back up showed that the frown on the face of the doctor had only deepened, rubbing his chin and turning away in his chair. There were a few beats of silence before he exhaled and folded his arms. I'm not entirely sure what the cause could be then. I suppose an explanation would be stress. Romani trailed off as though waiting for a reaction. Ritska was waiting for the punchline. I think that would be a given by now. He murmured and went back to rubbing between his eyes. The creeping exhaustion settled back in the moment he stopped speaking. A yawn bubbling in the back of his throat and barely forced down when it threatened to surface. At least 2 days of this had been enough for him to be convinced something was wrong. With another hum, the doctor looked back towards him. I'd suggest taking a long break away from anything remotely stressful for a while. I technically outranked the director when it comes to medical matters, and even if I didn't, she'd probably tie you down to a bed or something to make sure you were getting rest. He couldn't outright say Romani was wrong either. Beyond that, tapping his arm, the doctor sucked in a breath. I'd suggest having a caster take a look at you and see if it was something you picked up when in the last singularity. Some leftover remnant could be clinging to you, better to be safe than sorry. Ritska hummed a response, feeling that if he was to open his mouth he probably would have just yawned in the face of the doctor. The sudden furrowing of Romani's brows told him that the attempt to disguise his exhaustion had not quite been as good as he would have liked. Narrowed eyes and thin-lipped, the doctor leaned forwards and grew dangerously close to his personal space, a rather intense gaze fixed on him before speaking. How long did you say you had this? He asked with a suddenly blank tone. Since you got back. Wasn't as bad then. He managed to get out, blinking rapidly and once more rubbing at his eyes. At this point he would just wish to throw some cold water into his face to jolt him away. Though how long that lasted for would be anyone's guess, and it was not like he could walk around with some cold water. Got a bit worse. Really kicked up after the training with Mash yesterday. Training with Mash. Romani thinned his lips and dropped his shoulders. Didn't you exhaust yourself with the singularity already? It seems a little reckless to push yourself a bit further with more training, but even then, that wouldn't be enough. The simulator takes on most of the magical energy, so. Ritska jerked in his seat, eyes flying wide. Opposite him, Romani turned his head sharply and folded his arms. All right. You're staying here so that I can keep an eye on you until this fatigue goes away, because this is definitely no normal, well, not even normal for Chaldea standards. A chuckle came free of him. Do we have exceptional standards? The doctor grunted. We have weird standards, is what we have. You know that whiteboard with all the gender-flipped heroes of legend? That was only one person when it first started, and now we're pushing half a dozen. And I'm seriously debating whether we've done something to King Arthur in a past life. Ritska could only blink very slowly at that before he waved his hand. You're probably imagining that, they're really famous, so. Even then, he would admit they had encountered King Arthur a few more times than would have been expected. At least more so than any other servant in the past, but he doubted they would encounter them in every single singularity. We didn't fight her last time either. Romani inclined his head. True, maybe it's just me imagining things then. Or we're a hotspot for Knights of the Round Table to just pop in and say hi. Yeah, there's only, what, he mentally counted and then stopped short when he realized he didn't actually know how many Knights of the Round Table there actually were. There's 12. Romani filled in. And we're about a quarter of the way there. Maybe that's why we keep meeting King Arthurs. Ritska muttered and shrugged. We're stealing half their guys. Didn't consider that angle. The doctor blinked. Do you think that's an actual thing we should worry about? Nah, probably not. Romani looked far from relieved, but he didn't speak further on the matter and slid away in his chair, spinning it about on the spot and moving across the room towards his desk, flicking the monitor on in the same motion once he was close enough and tapping away on it. "I'll let the director know where you are," Romani said. "And if you could get a servant here with some experience in this sort of thing, that would be handy." Yawning, he nodded his head and sent out a small call, receiving an affirmation not even a half-second later. Rather, it was an instant response from someone that he was feeling much too tired to actually register. He just sent them back his thanks and then moved across to the bed and sat down upon it, furrowing his brows and blinking once again. His face was creased by a frown. The tapping of Romani continued in the background, a steady beat which faded away into a whistle. Ritska kept staring down. Something's off. He couldn't put his finger on it. Didn't want to acknowledge it either. But his every instinct was just telling him the same thing over and over again. Something's off. He raised his head and turned, looking across towards the table not too far from him and spying something that was convenient for his use. He shuffled along the bed and then leaned over, grabbing it by the edge of the frame and sliding it towards himself, fingers curling around the corner and lifting it up. Something's off. It was a handheld mirror, a rather small one at that. He twisted it about until he was staring down right into his own reflection, and his own face stared right back towards him, but it looked strange. He couldn't put his finger on what it was, but he just kept staring and expected something to happen. Raising his hand, he palmed at his cheeks and towards his brows, pulling across and stretching the skin. Nothing seemed out of place. So why was he just staring at the mirror and thinking that something was off? Ujimaru-kun. He blinked, then turned his head with a grunt. MH. Romani was looking towards him with a raised brow. "Did you hear what I said?" "No, sorry." He wet his lips. "Why? Did the director say something back to you?" The doctor eyed him curiously for a moment. The way he kept looking, it was almost as if he was trying to spot something. If he did, then he never said what it was as he continued speaking a moment later. "Just that you should take some rest and has ordered me to make sure that you aren't back on duty until everything is cleared for you." "Yeah," Ritska smiled. "Sounds like her." He turned back and continued staring at the mirror, squinting his eyes at it and raising it upwards and to the ceiling, looking at himself from a different angle. It was hard to tell what the problem was. Maybe he was just having one of those moments. Sighing, he dropped the mirror back onto the bed and closed his eyes, letting his mind wander as the tapping resumed. Even then, that soon started to fade away into the background until there was nothing more than the whistling. It was so very faint that it was almost like an imagined sound, but he could still hear it. His hands twitched and his eyes opened ever so slightly. Finding a moment of peace for himself like this was a rather rare thing, but that was far from a complaint. He enjoyed the company. But did the company enjoy him? He furrowed his brows and leaned backwards, staring up towards the ceiling and blinking at the sudden and rather bewildering thought. But now that it had found itself in his head, he couldn't quite shake it away. Frowning all the deeper as he tried to excuse it as nothing more than cynicism from a really tired mind. Except he was a master and they were servants. It was sort of expected for them to get along. So, was he being humored? No, that would be weird. Havel definitely wasn't humoring him, that much was certain. If that guy ever had a problem with him, he would have let him know immediately, and Ritska tried not to think of how that would manifest itself. Instead, he thought to some of the others who were far more polite about it. His mind whirled to the newest arrivals within Chaldea. He fixated on one in particular. Priscilla. He didn't want to think that he was just putting more time into her because of what happened, but that wasn't true. Ash had been right. It was because of. His mind wandered too far too quickly. He clenched his jaw and swallowed what had threatened to come back up. It tasted like acid on the way back down. A suitably vile sensation, he imagined, and he shuddered and turned his head towards the direction of the doctor, a side eye. The man wasn't facing him and had his back turned, muttering away to himself. Ritska thinned his lips. There was no stopping the tide of thoughts now. They were just coming to him one after another without really stopping. There seemed to be no reason for them at all, and he felt rather numb. Like he was floating on water. He turned his head and raised his hand, pressing his palm flat against his temples. He'd done other bad things before, hadn't he? It wasn't like that time with Priscilla was the first, and it might not even be the last. The others had just been smaller but no less damaging. It struck him like a blow to the head. He jerked upright and stared out across the length of the hall. He was making Gwendolyn work with the people who murdered him. That was horrible, wasn't it? How did Gwendolyn feel? Being forced to see those two every day that he walked through Chaldea, all while he never even considered that. No, he had considered it but then had just excused it away. Not just that, but Gareth and Lancelot. Verndari, he had no excuse for that. How long had she been suffering that secret and just forced it down, walking around Chaldea and just hating herself every second? Feeling as though she was somehow betraying him and everyone else, all the while he had just been smiling and he clenched his eyes shut. That time he went and talked to her about wearing a dress. It occurred to him now there was some further context to their conversation and he had been too fixated on that to ignore it. His hands formed fists, scrunching up the sheets, and he could feel his nails pressing into his palm. He loosened ever so slightly. Yet the thoughts were just coming to him one after another. He hadn't even had a proper conversation with Kiyohime. Well, he might have done, but he never addressed it properly. She could see lies, couldn't she? Was he an awful person for all of this? A hopeful answer would have been no, but he wasn't so sure anymore. The evidence was stacking up the contrary, and he was feeling really tired. Really, really tired. A yawn slipped free of him. Then the door to the room opened up. He turned slowly and then jerked back into a state of wakefulness as he saw the person who entered the room. His eyes widening in shock, and he clearly wasn't the only one. Romani jumped upwards and turned his head with his own surprise, then sent a questioning glance his way. Ritska was just as dumbfounded as the doctor was. Velka strode into the room then stopped, looking first to him and then to the doctor, her lip twitching in amusement. "I cannot help but find this response rather bemusing," she said after a second. "Especially given that I was invited and offered my assistance. You thanked me as well, as I recall. Unless you are shocked I arrived in such a timely manner." He'd called Velka that. His response was rather dumb and he wiped the side of his head. "Sorry, I wasn't really in the frame of mind so." Velka inclined her head. "And is that to mean you were sending a call for help at random? Shall I depart? No, you're here." He shuffled himself slightly and rubbed his head. "And given the last singularity might be the cause. That place." It sounded almost like an afterthought, as though she had forgotten it entirely until he reminded her of it. Yes, it would stand to reason there could be some long-lasting problems. "You certainly seem to be carrying around a greater proverbial weight on your shoulders since last I looked. I'm tired a lot," he found himself saying in lieu of an answer to whatever that was. Velka was looking at him now, upturning her hood so those bright gold eyes were fixed solely upon him. Indeed. She spoke in a tone that betrayed nothing, but he could just tell that she knew more than she was letting on. Approaching him with slower steps than before, almost as though he would bolt at a sudden movement. Within nothing but a few moments she was upon him and then sat down beside him. He frowned at her and leaned away ever so slightly. The invasion of his personal space was rather. Velka leaned closer until he could feel her breath tickle his ears. "For someone so tired, your body screams tension," she whispered. "Relax yourself and let it flow. Relax my. His eyes drooped. He was really tired. Everything turned black. Velka rose back up and brushed down her dress, turning to the boy and reaching over to his face, brushing aside some loose strands of hair away from him and gazing down at the almost peaceful expression. A far cry from the wisps of sin she could see rising from his body, almost as though it was a raging bonfire. "The previous singularity, you said." Speaking to the other one in the room, she rose up and turned his way. "An apt guess." Romani looked rather concerned by her words. "Can you do anything?" Velka chuckled. "Do you misunderstand what it was and still is? There is nothing to cure, unless you have the means of wiping memories from his mind, but even then. She raised a finger and looked at the doctor. The soul remembers sin, even if the body does not. Romani slumped back into his chair, the frown remained on his face all the same. It was almost as though she could see him slotting the pieces of the puzzle into place. The ways his eyes darted to the sleeping boy and then towards her several times before his frown deepened. The singularity brought forth grudges and anger. He said at last, "And Fujimaru is suffering from that." She nodded. That can't be. The doctor declared as though his words held any means of swaying the current situation. It was resolved. Fujimaru defeated Avenger and the singularity collapsed. It's been days since then and none of the others who went there have shown any signs of. Velka hummed. Haven't they? Well, Romani paused then trailed off. But the tiredness. Velka exhaled and moved across the room, folding her hands together in front of herself, taking slow and measured steps. Sin weighs the body down, it anchors to the soul. It cannot forget and it cannot forgive either, it seems. This is self-inflicted exhaustion as he struggles to combat the truth that he will not accept. What? Romani double-talked. What are you? The curse might linger still. She accepted, and his eyes lit up so amazingly childishly that she could see the words even before he spoke them. And I can, and will, remove it so that it ceases to exhaust him as the hours pass him by, but the fuel of this woe remains something that shall burn. Waving a hand to the boy, she inclined her head. What you see is the results of his guilt-given form, but no more than that. I shall remove the curse and he shall be cured of this physical ailment, but the guilt in his soul shall weigh him down in less visible manners. That was to say, this was a very public showing of the guilt that the boy was feeling. Whether he should have felt it or not was another matter entirely. She glanced back at the man and saw the rather clear anguish and guilt flash through his own gaze, turning his gaze to the young man and exhaling rather loudly. It was an impressive sigh. Help him where you can, the doctor said after some seconds passed, running his hand through his hair and down his nape. And then leave the rest to me or whatever. He can't keep going on like that because it isn't health. Velka hummed in affirmation and turned back to the young man. She would certainly agree that this was a method of showing guilt, but if this was any indication, it hardly showed whether the afflicted was truly responsible or not. Not her style, but understandable all the same. With that in mind, she went to work with rather nimble fingers and pulled apart the lingering remnants of the curse which had needled their way into his mind. Plucking them out one strand at a time as though she was picking stray strands of grass from a flower bed. The final one came away and she noted the slight reaction in the boy. His shoulders rose ever so slightly and he took in a longer breath. The piece fled his face and he started to twitch. Ah, yes, that would be the nightmares getting ready to set in. Well, they couldn't have that now, could they? Coiling her finger backwards, she lowered her hand towards his temple and took careful aim towards the spot between his brows. Then she smiled a rather innocent expression and loosened her hold on the finger, flicking it forwards and right between the eyes of the young man. He jolted into a state of lucidity rather quickly, snapping back into the bed and reeling away from her while blinking wildly. Wah! The confusion melted away. Shock and surprise set in and he quickly reached up to the spot where she had flicked him and pressed a finger against it, drawing away with a small hiss and staring towards her with clear incredulity painted across his face. Did you just flick me? Velka nodded, smiling all the while. You are awake now, are you not? And I believe that it was hardly a moment too soon. Her voice betrayed her knowing and she flickered her eyes in the direction of the doctor for only a second. Ritska followed her gaze and stiffened ever so slightly, then looked back at her and pursed his lips. Right. Yeah. Clearing his throat, he sat up and frowned. I feel a little better. Then my work, for now, is done, she declared, stepping away from his bed and schooling her features. Though if you should feel the need to stop by my chambers for a visit, I would be willing to accommodate you. I shall see about procuring some manner of refreshments for when you visit. Ritska stopped and glanced at her, raising a brow. When? She only smiled in response to that and let it serve as her answer. They both knew he would be at her room before the end of the day and there was no reason to dance around the subject. Not when it was clear that she was fully aware what was going on with him and what that little scrap of curse had actually been doing. Steeping away, she turned and moved for the door with the same grace she had entered with. "Thank you," Ritska's voice called out behind her. Velka stopped and looked over her shoulder, meeting his gaze and nodding back. "All you ever need do is ask. I shall turn away none who approach me in earnestness." And with that, she left. Time to find some refreshments. At least he wasn't tired. Yeah, that was about the only silver lining in this whole situation that he could feel right now, especially as Romani made an awkward attempt to explain to him what he had been told by Velka. Yeah, it made sense why she was acting like he would be paying her a visit sooner rather than later because the chances were that he was going to. So, Romani cleared his throat. "Now that the curse is gone, you should start to recover from the fatigue, but I'd still like for you to take it easy. Ideally I'd keep you around for a couple hours, but there's nothing medically wrong with you in the first place." "Yeah," he muttered back and kept his eyes focused at the ground, staring at his feet swinging backwards and forwards. "I'll take it easy until I'm back at where I was before I got whammied." Coughing, the doctor rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, not how I would have phrased it, but yeah. Don't feel too bad about not noticing it. That's kind of on all of us for not putting things together and assuming there wouldn't be some lingering remnants that are left about after the distortion collapsed. It wasn't normal anyway." MMMMH. Pressing his hands down on the bed, he levied himself upwards and onto his feet, blinking twice as he found his balance and started to roll his arms back and forth. Aware of the way Romani had stood up with him, but still kept his distance. "I'm gonna be going now. I'll keep things easy and you can probably find someone to keep an eye on me until then, right? Do you think I'm going to need to do that?" Momentarily jolted by the actual level of seriousness in the tone of the doctor, Ritska found himself at a brief loss for words as he considered whether he had actually been trying for a joke or not. He found that he could not answer that and say that he had just been having a laugh. Nor could he say he was being serious. "I'll be fine." He settled on and turned away, making for the door and once again rubbing his brows, but as no more than a reflex gesture. It wasn't as though he was still tired, but he was starting to get a headache with all the thinking he was doing at the moment. All while he walked, he felt the eyes of Romani on the back of his head. As for where he was going, he had some ideas in mind. Leaning against the doorframe, he waited for a response to his knocking. Brows furrowed tight as he tried to think about what he was going to say when they even did open up the door in the first place. Though he wasn't so lost in his mind for when the door finally opened, he sprang away from the frame he had been leaning on and was right in front of the door, arms by his side as he tried to contain the nervous energy bubbling up inside of him, as well as the guilt which was already rising at the fact it needed to get to this stage. Verndari stopped in the doorframe, her eyes glanced down at him and widened for a brief second, then she stood at attention. "You don't," Ritska started, then sighed and shook his head. "You don't need to do that whenever you see me. It is proper." Apparently so was sexism in her homeland, but he wasn't about to say that to her face. "Yeah, but I'm not really a lord though, or a noble." Verndari remained stone-faced. "It is proper," she repeated once more. He definitely wasn't going to win that argument right now, and he didn't feel like making it one at the moment either. Instead he looked past her and towards the interior of the room and then back to her face. "Can I come in?" Verndari kept quiet for a brief moment, then stepped aside and inclined her head in a short bow. "You need not ask permission. I definitely need to do that," he said as he entered the room, noting the slightly pleasant aroma which was wafting around. Vaguely sweet, and made him perk up ever so slightly, taking a short sniff before he looked across to the direction the smell had come from. A table was out with a couple teacups sitting upon a silver tray. "Oh, did Marie come round earlier?" "She did," Verndari responded, and there was a slight hesitation in her tone. "She wished to ensure that I was recovering from my injuries." She was worried about her, was what Ritska was hearing at the moment. He outwardly nodded his head up and down. That's good. I shall aim not to be removed from active duty for a single moment longer than is required of me. Ritska felt the conversation was rather more stilted and awkward than he had been hoping it would have been, but he wasn't actually sure where he was supposed to start. This was something that could go badly if it went wrong, but hell with it. Turning around, he looked at Vrindari and truly looked at her face, watching for any sign of discomfort or tension in her posture. He didn't need to look very hard. Are you all right? Vrindari blinked and sent him a confused stare for a half-second, then banished it away before it even had time to register on him. Instead, she just drew her posture in tighter and stood up taller, arms folded behind her back and staring straight out across her room, not actually looking towards him. My liege. Vrindari. Ritska spoke her name once more, repeating his earlier question. Are you all right? This isn't me interrogating you or trying to make you feel put on the spot to give me some good answer. He stopped for a moment and let his shoulders drop. I just want to know if you're all right. That last outing was a little heavy. Vrindari twitched. My outburst was unseemly. He clenched his jaw hard and stopped the words before they could fully spill out of him. Instead, he stalked across the room towards the table and chairs, then dropped himself down in one that had been pulled out and rested his arms on the table, sliding the tray away from himself for some extra room. Was this really what she was worried about? I'm sorry. Vrindari's posture loosened immediately and shock was clear across her face, like she wasn't the one who was expecting an apology. He was just surprised it had taken him so long to get around to it. What? Vrindari managed to rein herself back in, but it was a short-lived thing as the confusion was still clear on her face. I am afraid I do not understand what you are. I'm sorry for not noticing. He continued onwards. I should have paid more attention and seen that there was something bothering you, and that was my bad for not really seeing there was. Well, I'm sorry you thought that you were doing something wrong or that I didn't give you the impression that I cared. He winced. I do care, by the way, but this is a little hard to come out, but I'm really asking if you're alright because I get the feeling you didn't want people to know like that, but the choice was taken out of your hands. As far as things went, he wasn't sure it was coming across as he intended it to. Ritska was fairly certain he was just stumbling over his words in an effort to get across that he wanted Vrindari to know that he didn't think anything changed or that he thought any less of her now. You're still you, I mean. Waving a hand towards her, he cringed how his own words sounded. I don't want things to change. I just want us all to continue as they were. Vrindari hadn't actually said anything, and with his speech over, the silence was feeling more oppressive than it had done so before. He was feeling a bit of heat and shame well up inside of him as he realized that this was definitely a deeply personal thing for Vrindari, and he was just coming in and acting as though he was going to make everything better with a couple of words. Groaning, he leaned back into his chair and placed his hands over his face. He was such an idiot at times. His hands came away from his face. He turned his eyes as Vrindari started to speak. She looked rather unsure, glancing at him and then away several times before she continued. I understand the sentiment you are attempting to convey, she said at last, reaching up and pawing away at the side of her helmet, fingers moving to the strap before they stopped and reached back down. And I will try not to allow my failure to convey my position distract you from. No, that isn't what. Ritska sharply rose up, then closed his eyes and rubbed at his head once more. You can tell me if you're feeling like you've got a problem. You don't need any specifics, you can talk to one of your friends. It really doesn't have to be me, but I'd be happy if it was, but you can tell me if there's something bothering you. I don't want you to try and force yourself like this and feel like you're betraying me or anyone. Vrindari looked at him for a few moments longer, then her gaze shifted into something different. There was a gaze in her eyes that looked like she was just seeing him for the first time, some strange understanding. It has escaped my notice that you are a child. I'm a teenager, he argued rather weakly. Vrindari either didn't hear him or didn't consider his words as a proper defense. I am aware that I have caused some upset with this development. Ritska sighed. I need you to hear this, alright. I need you to really hear this. He stepped away from the seat and pointed towards her. I want to know if you're doing alright. Because I care about you as a person. Not as a servant, or a knight or anything. I want you to know that. I want to know if I'm doing something you don't like, and I want you to feel like it's alright to voice your concerns to me. Okay. That was what he wanted to say. Vrindari kept her silence this time, brows furrowed and lips pursed. Then she slowly nodded her head. I shall raise my voice in future. Good, good, he mumbled, then fixed her with a look. How are you feeling? With an expression that seemed to age a few years, she looked away from him and towards the door for a brief moment. He didn't know if she was somehow debating sending him away or trying to escape instead. Yet she still answered after a few seconds of silence. I have had better days. It came with a small shrug of the shoulders. Yeah, Ritska huffed a humorless laugh. That seems to be going around a bit, still, things have to go down before they can go up. Vrindari only gave a non-committal hum. Another thought occurred to him, mainly one which had happened prior to all the things of the distortion. It had been no more than a rumor at first, but the proof lay before him in the way that Gareth had acted when she was called down to the Singularity. Namely the fact she could not have gotten there fast enough. Have you had a chance to speak with Gareth? And the moment he said that, the posture of Vrindari tensed once more. Her face became guarded and she eyed him as though he had just pulled out a knife. A wary sense of unease as she looked him up and down. He just felt a bit confused by the sudden turn. With an almost suspicious tone, she said, for what reason do you ask about her? Because she seemed worried about you. He found himself replying a little unsurely, fairly certain that the pair of them were still on good terms with one another. Though it would be rather embarrassing if he did not even know that much about Vrindari as to who her friends were around Chaldea. You guys are friends, right? Vrindari's face cycled through some fluctuations, namely jumping between bemused and strained, then settled back into the regular stony expression. Giving a curt nod of the head. We are on friendly terms with one another and I do consider her to be a close comrade in arms, yes. Right, friends. All things considered, he would have accepted a simple yes as well. So have you had the chance to speak with her yet? Not quite. Vrindari replied succinctly. At some point I intend to. That was a rather vague answer in his eyes, but he supposed he might have pushed enough. Or had he? Once again reaching the invisible wall of what seemed polite or not and then stopping just shy of stepping over it. He drew his lips thin, debating whether or not he should step over that line. Then he closed his eyes and drew up on his well of courage. Once they opened he had made up his mind. I know I sort of forced you to listen to one of my problems last time, but I don't mind returning the favor. It would not be proper for me to lay my burdens upon you. Again, not a noble. Ritska pointed out and then raised a brow. And would it be proper for you to be running me ragged around in a training course doing sprints? Is that what happened with all the other nobles in your kingdom? Vrindari went rather quiet at that. But he got his answer and he chuckled. It doesn't need to be right now or ever, but just letting you know it's there. If you don't want to speak with me about it. He glanced at the door and then back towards her. I can leave you alone now if you'd like. I don't want to try and force my way here and drag out all your problems at the moment. I know that you're going through some stuff and might want some privacy. Vrindari was starting to fidget. He could see the faint tremors in her arms as she moved them around a little. Like she was restraining himself from loosening them from behind her back. Her head teetered from side to side and eventually the carved metal face looked right down at him and released a weary sigh. This is not something I am familiar with. Saying at last, I did not show such emotional depths with Esser Rame and he was my mentor, but things are different. Different, she said, like she couldn't decide if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, Ritska nodded his head. We're weird. Unorthodox, would be the polite way of phrasing that. Verndari corrected, but it did not sound like she disagreed with him in the least. It is very different from what I am accustomed to, therefore I might take up that offer of yours once I understand things in there. Her shoulders slumped. Then she sighed. I do not understand, and perhaps I never did understand the culture of Chaldea. Once I do, I shall do my utmost to avoid a repeat of this situation. He frowned and opened his mouth. She beat him first. That is to say, I will make efforts to voice whatever concerns I have rather than allow them to simmer, and I may seek your advice on a personal matter in the future. If I am afforded confidence that it shall remain between us. Ritska raised his hand and pressed it over his heart. Hey, anything you tell me in confidence stays in confidence. I wouldn't even tell Mash. Verndari huffed. It was a sound that almost sounded like a laugh. It was very easy to imagine the twitch of the lips she would have done to accompany the sound. With that, she resumed her original posture. I shall not keep you from your duties further, my liege. I believe that we have reached an accord with one another about this matter for the time being. That's good. Nodding his head, he slowly made his way to the door. And my duty right now is technically bed rest after exhausting myself during the distortion, so, yeah. But this was a good talk. Let me know if you need some help with culture and stuff around Chaldea or want to, I don't know, hang out. Verndari gave the indication she was blinking at him owlishly behind her helmet. We have a gallows in Chaldea. Ritska stopped and stared. Ah. It just means spending time together. Oh. Verndari replied rather curtly. I see. They stared at one another for some slowly passing awkward seconds before Ritska wordlessly raised his thumb over his shoulder to the door, mouthing his farewells and then quickly departing with a smile and a nod of the head. Once out of her room, he wandered down the corridor for a few meters before he came to a stop. His shoulders dropped down and he hung his head low, sighing aloud and feeling the urge to slump against the nearest wall. Which is exactly what he did, sliding to the side and hitting it on the shoulder and turning about so his back was pressed against it. Raising his hand and placing it flat against his chest over his heart. It was hammering. All the knots of anxiety which had been building up started to twist undone, the concerns and the doubts which had been there faded away until he was left with nothing more than some rather strange sense of emptiness. He could do nothing but stare at the wall opposite him in some measure of dumbfoundment. All things considered, he supposed that went rather well. It seemed almost easy, but he really should not think like that, yet a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Though it begged the question of why it had taken him so long in the first place. He pulled his lower lip into his bow and pressed down on it with his teeth, breathing out through his nose and sliding his hand away from his heart. It dropped down to his side. Stepping away from the wall, he had his next destination in mind. Besides, this was him taking it easy. Hardly as though he was actually working at the moment, right? Gwendolyn barely reacted to him when he spoke the words. Instead he was met with a lengthy silence as the god flicked along the next page of his book. For a moment, Ritska assumed he was just being ignored and felt that it was an appropriate response. Then Gwendolyn exhaled and set the book down, folding it up and placing it on the table beside him. His hands locked together upon his lap and he turned his head very slowly, fixing him with an indiscernible look. It seems as though this is not some poor effort at spreading humor then. Ritska blinked once, then twice, then sputtered, reeling backwards. You thought I would joke about that. It was nonsensical to my ears. Came the reply. So I was left with the assumption it was some manner of poor humor. I believe we had already spoken on the matter before, unless I imagined my rather public response to the summoning of Aldrich. Tilting his head, Gwendolyn raised a brow. Did I imagine that, Ritska? Ritska grimaced. No, but, and then did I imagine our conversation that took place after it? No. Then what is left to be said on this rather unpleasant matter? Because it's cruel. He snapped back, and it garnered nothing so much as a twitch from Gwendolyn. Because he did something horrible to you and then he showed up after I said I cared about you and then I kept him around. Because it feels like I was just spitting in your face after telling you I cared. Gwendolyn's single response was to shrug his shoulders. Then make matters right and execute the vermin here and now. Take Sullivan as well, if you are to make it a habit. Ritska flinched. That got him a knowing look. You see, we are both well aware of matters as they stand, so what point is there in giving either of them more thought than either of them deserve? No more than an unpleasant stain and should be regarded as such. Viewed with mild disdain but accepting that they shall never quite be gone. His shoulders dropped. But it feels unfair to you. No, it is unfair to you. My life has been unfair to me. Gwendolyn flatly responded. I am well accustomed to its embrace and how to cope with such challenges. This is far from the most egregious one that I have been faced with. That doesn't make it right. Yes, well. Gwendolyn looked away and closed his eyes, leaning back into his chair. Such is the way of things, I have come to expect. We are not always given all that we wish to be right, and there are times when creation itself, when the will of the very flame, decides that it is right for you to suffer for some ill-defined reason. I take what joy I might scrape together and let that be the end of it. It was such a cynical way of viewing the world and he did not think it was right either. There wasn't a reason for Gwendolyn to suffer like this. Well, there was, but that didn't mean he had to just sit back and accept any of it. But, Ritska sighed and reached up, running his hands through his hair as he struggled to think of a way where they would find a solution where everything worked out, but he was seeing that it was just impossible. Because he could just not bring himself to do what would make Gwendolyn truly content and find peace, no matter how much he would have liked to think it was an option. Because his fingers tightened in his hair, pulling until it stung, and then he let go and dropped his arms back to his side. Gwendolyn had turned back to him at some point during his movement, brows furrowed and a flicker of concern on his face that almost made Ritska laugh at the shock value of it alone. As if he was the one who people should be fretting over at the moment. Do you torture yourself with these thoughts regularly? Ritska felt like he should have been the one asking that instead. Just, be honest with me for a moment. I'm not saying you've been lying to me or anything like that, but just, tell me, did I hurt you when I accepted Aldrich's contract? Gwendolyn was silent. It was a long silence at that, eventually broken with a simple question. And what would you do if I told you? Ritska shrugged. I just want to know. The silence endured, then Gwendolyn turned his head. Then yes. I was wounded. I held myself back when you told me you intended to keep him around like some stray dog, and had it not been for your assurance I could slay him if he acted against your goals, I am unsure how I would have responded. As soon as Gwendolyn finished speaking, a silence reigned through the room and Ritska was left there, staring back at the god for what might have felt like hours but must have been seconds. He wasn't sure what sort of answer he had ever been expecting other than a yes, but having it said all the same. It just felt wrong. He never wanted to hurt people, he didn't want to hurt anyone, but it just never went that way. I'm sorry. His jaw snapped shut at the interruption, golden eyes gazed back at him. Yes, you have made it clear enough times to mean it, but it is your own nature you are apologizing for. Such is impossible for you to cure, and as I said, you would be a different person if you were to start. Ritska would say it 100 more times if it was asked of him, but he knew it wouldn't change anything. He could apologize until he was blue in the face. Aldrich would still be in Chaldea for the foreseeable future and, considering things, he would eventually get around to speaking with the man and developing some sort of working relation with them. They would never be friends, he knew that right away. But they didn't have to be friends to work together. He really did not know what he was supposed to have expected out of this sort of conversation, and it was only really going to end one way. Maybe he just needed it to be said to his face. The matter is settled, Ritska. Gwendolyn said. There is nothing left to be done. Yeah, settled. You can be mad at me. Gwendolyn whirled his head around and clenched his jaw. What are you searching for here? What are you expecting me to say? You've made it clear how you feel, I've made it clear how I feel. We both know where we stand. He rose up, throwing his hands wide. What more do you wish to say? Why do you insist on dredging up this blight as though you wish to wound us both further? Ritska didn't know what to say. I did something that hurt you. He said slowly. And even though I'm apologizing, I'm still doing it. You can be mad at me for that. Gwendolyn's expression started to twist, then it dropped completely into an utterly blank expression. He moved closer, sliding along the floor until he was standing directly in front of Ritska, except he started to lower himself down. His snakes moved closer to the floor under them and eventually he was eye level. Golden eyes flickered into his own, watching him with an unblinking gaze as his brows started to tighten. Have you kept this knowledge to yourself? Burdened yourself with the belief that I have grown to hate you and merely keep up appearances for the sake of polite company? Have you failed to notice how I speak with those I truly have no patience for? It's different. Ritska found himself saying, then grimaced. I'm a master. And, Gwendolyn pressed further, you somehow believe that title enforces some obligation upon me. He shook his head, he did not think that. Then why bring it up? Needling further, Gwendolyn narrowed his eyes. Why bring any of this up at all and why now? Ritska could only shrug. It just all dawned on me, I think I've been really inconsiderate. It was hardly through malicious intentions. Gwendolyn replied, and you made a far greater effort than any I have come to know over my long life. That places you head and shoulders above members of my own family, and that is those who would not wish to see me dead. Ritska looked away. A sensation dropped onto his shoulder, his eyes flickered towards it and he stared at the hand which had come to rest on him. The porcelain-like fingers tightened their hold. It brought his eyes back to Gwendolyn as the god looked rather discomforted. I am not so ignorant of the concept of friendship to ignore the fact it is common for moments of disagreement to occur, and I would be a hypocrite if I were to argue you alone have been inconsiderate of my feelings. I believe that this matter has made us equal with one another. The words threw him for a brief loop, his brows furrowed and he looked for some sort of clue as to what Gwendolyn was alluding to. Even, he said at last. Gwendolyn raised a brow. Then you condoned my theft of a Holy Grail. Ah, that. Ritska blinked and then blinked again as he realized what Gwendolyn meant. That's not really. I offended you and betrayed the trust you had placed in me and, in turn, you welcomed my killers to Chaldea and offered them refuge. We are even. That is horrible. Gwendolyn removed his hand from the shoulder and shrugged. Such is the way of things. Ritska struggled for words. Let's try and avoid that in future. Yes. Gwendolyn inclined his head. We are even with one another, there is little reason to unbalance our score. Ritska didn't even need to knock. The door opened on him the second he raised his hand for the bell. He stopped and glanced to the face of the one looming in the door frame, a confident smirk on her face as she looked him up and down, then stepped to one side and made a sweeping motion with her arm, beckoning him into the room. The fact she really did know he was coming was more alarming than he initially believed. All the same, he stepped past her with a polite nod of the head as a form of greeting and then immediately took notice of the small array of foods that were presented. A couple parties here and there in a single kettle. He raised a brow. Did you pilfer the kitchens again? Velka hummed. Can it be considered theft if the food is free to begin with? At least she only took a couple. I did leave a note indicating they were being put towards a worthwhile cause. She continued onwards, but lost none of her mirth as she strode past him and towards the little table, setting herself down first, folding one leg over the other and reclining into her seat. There was an expectant look in her eyes, the way they flicked briefly to the chair opposite and how her smile turned more coy. With a sigh, he walked across the room and seated himself down in the chair opposite. Why am I here? He asked. Velka tilted her head and looked more amused at his question than anything else. Because you understood that you wished to come here and seek my advice on the matter. It is, after all, simpler to come to one who has already seen you at your most vulnerable than to expose it to another, or is there not a reason you offer such smiles in the line of sight of the young shield-bearer? Ritska folded his arms and frowned. I don't want people getting all worked up about me having a bit of an off day. It's not that big of a deal. If you say so. The way she spoke sounded like she was just humoring him. All right, so I had a couple conversations that were long overdue. He continued on, shrugging his shoulders rather sharply. It's not that big of a deal. It's more of a problem that it took so long in the first place. It's fine now. We talked it out and everything's all right. The goddess only hummed. Even that sounded mocking to him, like she didn't quite believe him. His frown only deepened. All the servants who died have come back, some might not remember what happened to them but they're back now. He pointed against the table. We worked well. Sure, Ash might not like Mordred but the two of them really worked together for the good of everyone when we were in that distortion and Priscilla pulled through at the end. Velka maintained that smile. Ritska rolled his jaw. It's fine. We're fine. I'm being more skeptical of people offering help. Not immediately throwing them into a big hug but still willing to let them help. We have Mesmer here now who seemed a bit distant at first but he was a pretty reliable guy at the end. She leaned back and made a noise. Ah, yes. The one who reminds me of my sons. Such an intriguing fellow, that one. It was like she was just looking at him and seeing something else. It was really bugging him. Sighing, he reached up and rubbed his temples. Everything worked out well in the end so it's fine. Velka nodded her head. Then all is well. Oh, now he knew why she was acting like that. The curse which had remained on him after the singularity. He grimaced and looked away, hearing the soft little humming noise of the goddess in front of him as she watched his reaction. Something told him she just figured out that he caught on. I'm feeling better, he argued. Better than I was, at least. Because everything is back the way it was. Velka said. You've reclaimed all that was lost to you and, at last, the damage inflicted by Seath has been cured. Now there is no reason for you to feel anything but determination for the path ahead, is that right? He didn't want her talking to him about Seath. Hunching his shoulders, he fell back further into his chair and glowered at her. The singularity made me remember some stuff but that was the whole point of it in the first place. Velka nodded slowly. It was, that your grudges and anger would emerge and surface once more against your will was the purpose of that place, but you cannot sink those feelings now, can you? Sharply, he turned his head. There are so many to choose from to bear the burden of sin for what was done unto you. Myself included. HMPH. Thus, she gave no reaction to his grunt. There is no cause for you to feel this weight upon your soul. Nor for things that you have no control over. The matter of Seath was my responsibility, and his. The blame falls squarely on his shoulders. He rolled his eyes and sighed. Yes, I know that. He was the guy who did all those things and he was the guy who made me. I know what you guys mean. He said instead of finishing his sentence. It was his fault. Who are you telling? Velka asked. Me, or you? It was Seath's fault. He knew it, they knew it. Everyone seemed to know it. But he was the one who ignored everyone else. He was the one who trusted Seath and insisted they do the same. Everyone who died because he placed his trust in Seath. Sure, Seath lied. But it wasn't like no one brought up the fact he could be lying but he just didn't want to hear any of it because he trusted Seath. Yeah, the dragon played him. The servant knew what to do and Ritska was just naive enough to follow. But he did follow of his own free will. It was all his choices. It happened. Ritska huffed, shrugging his shoulders and sitting up, glowering at the table instead and scratching at it. All I can do now is just know better for next time. Just keep moving forwards. Loads of people were counting on him. Everything was counting on him. So he just had to keep pushing until it was over. Yes, Velka hummed. You have a lot of responsibilities for one so young, such heavy burdens on your shoulders. Yes, he knew that. His face turned flat and he glanced across at the goddess, watching as she drew circles on her little plate with a finger. Her eyes snapped up and met his own. And how many are truly yours? What? She tilted her head. You felt some grief for what has happened, have you not? The signs you missed and the conversations that did not happen as you wished them to. As you said yourself, they were long overdue. He shuffled in his chair. Yes, they were. I'll probably be having some more in the future and I'll keep having them. Quite so, she replied. The many conversations in the future about matters you were wholly ignorant of through no fault of your own. He straightened out. What is the point of talking about this? You are rather gluttonous with sin, it seems. Velka bluntly stated, her smile dropping off her face. Any and all matters that might relate to you, big or small, you take unto yourself as though you alone bore the weight of managing them. It is quite the height of arrogance. Ritska blinked. Very slowly. Then he clenched his jaw. I put those conversations off. And now you are having them. Velka pointed out with a wave of the hand, as though she was literally brushing aside his arguments. You have realized this inaction of yours and are working to redeem it. An earnest desire to change your approach, and so very much like my eldest. Farum. He blames himself for things that are far beyond his ability to understand. She continued with a wistful tone. Like you, he is under the impression that merely because he had a role in the sin, it is now his burden alone to carry. Crafting reasons to support this rather absurd notion and then dragging himself down into misery for it. Her eyes locked onto his own and sharpened, the gold in them all the more brighter. There are matters for which you hold accountability for and you rightly blame yourself for, yet tossing a handful of sand upon a beach does not make you its maker. It is not your place to take the blame for others' sins. Ritska folded his arms. I don't do that. I might not be your self-proclaimed wife. Velka spoke in a flat tone. But do not assume you can lie to me or yourself so easily. We both deserve more respect than that. He frowned deeper. I am not blaming myself for what others did. Velka kept staring at him. Gaze half-lidded, but there was such a sharpness in her gaze that it was as if she was looking right through him. I'm not, he said again, louder this time. Her face didn't change. What am I the goddess of? Ritska sighed and stood up, understanding that this was just going to be a circular argument and that it was clear Velka was misunderstanding something. He felt her gaze on the side of his head the whole time he walked towards the door. The failings of others, she said slowly, enough that he stopped walking just to hear her out. Are not yours to carry. I'm not doing that though. He said once more, because he wasn't doing that. He wasn't, no matter how much she said he was. He knew what he was responsible for and what he wasn't responsible for. So he was blaming himself for what he should be blamed for. That was it. The door of Velka's room shut behind him and he marched out without looking back. A flutter of dark was in the corner of his eye, a shadow with no origin. He stopped and looked over his shoulder, only to find that there was nothing there. Squinting at the hallway, he looked around to see if there was anything that might have been present to make it, and yet he saw nothing. Sighing, he rubbed his temples and turned back around. Now he was seeing things. Great. He was. He took a couple more steps and then stopped walking, furrowing his brows as a sudden wave of fatigue rolled over him. He was really tired. Why was he? His next step slipped and he dropped down, hitting the ground on one knee and splaying his hands out in front of him to try and avoid face planting the ground. It was like his limbs were made of jelly, his strength fading away as darkness creeped in from the corners of his vision. Someone was saying something, there were hands on him. Through blurred vision, he turned his head and squinted at the dark shape in the golden eyes. He barely made out the form of Velka crouching over him, her hands flat on his cheeks and saying something. But he looked just over her shoulder. There was something else there. With eyes of burning red light, the darkened shadow stared down at him in complete silence and Velka acted as though it wasn't there. Couldn't she see it? Actually, did it look familiar too? He was too tired to. The last thing he felt were his arms giving up and he was out cold before he even hit the floor. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower. He was cold and numb. His eyelids felt as though they were glued shut and weighed kilos, his body was pressed flat against something underneath him. Something that was even but rough in places, dipped and almost damp. Mostly likely damp, if his mind was working fast enough to come to terms with what happened to him. A gasp tore free of his mouth, his throat sprang into action with deep guttering breaths, sucking the air into his lungs and rolling his body over onto his front. His hands and arms worked frantically, dragging them across the floor, which was indeed a rough texture, like stone, and placing them against the floor beside himself. He pushed, dragging his body upwards and peeling his eyelids apart. Darkness greeted him, a murky well of shadows and vague movement. Somewhere off to his left was a dripping sound, it echoed rather loudly about him, and off to his right was the barest hint of light. It was the first place he turned his head towards, but it was short-lasting. The moment he did so he reeled away from the brightness, dim as it was, and turned back to stare at the floor. Yet, what was going on here? Groaning, Ritska pushed hard against the floor under him and started to lift his body up. Inch by inch he was eventually on his hands and knees, staring down through squinted vision and watching the ground under him take shape. He saw the cracks in the slightly uneven surface in greater detail, as well as the patches of dampness which seeped between his fingers and the traces of moss between the gaps. He blinked once more and let the dim lighting of the room grant him some meager source of detail. It was stone. He blinked once more and started to work his brain over, furrowing his brows as confusion fell onto him. Turning about left and right to spy the rest of his surroundings which were taking shape. Snapping his head over to the left at the sound of the drip once more, another loud patter against the cobblestone, and he glanced up to the ceiling. The far corner of whatever room he was in was covered in a thin black layer of something foul-looking, dripping moisture down drops at a time. Under it lay a small puddle, if it could be called even that. With a grunt of effort, he pressed against the ground and worked himself onto his knees alone, and from there, he clambered up to his feet. Yet his body ached on the way up, as though he had been lying there for some time, and when he found himself staring down at his front, he grimaced at the dirty marks which were plainly visible across his previously white shirt. Bringing his hand up and wiping them away on pure instinct, he brushed the filth and succeeded only in smearing it across in vague handprints over himself. Stopping after the fifth effort and frowning, lowering his hand away and sighing, wiping his palms instead on his trousers where it would not show up. While doing so, he looked around the room and squinted as his eyes had yet to fully acclimatize to wherever he was. There was a small alcove in the ceiling off to his right, barely wide enough that he could fit his forearm in it and deep enough that he could probably put his fingers up to the first joint in there. Sitting upon it was a single candle light, burning away and showing only a flicker of movement from the chill which drifted into the room. Except it wasn't a room. Ritska used what little lighting was there for him and started to turn his head further across, stopping when he caught sight of something hanging down from the ceiling. It was darker than the stones it was resting against and far smoother than they were. Dulled over black, he stared at them for a half-second before it clicked with him as to what they were. Manacles. Those were manacles. And beneath where they hung he saw another shape. It was a bedframe and nothing else. With only a thin sheet of metal for a body to lay upon, Ritska felt his brows start to furrow as his throat started to turn dry. Increasingly the picture was becoming clear to him as to what this place was, if the unwelcoming cold and the damp chill hadn't given him any indication prior to this. The final nail in the coffin was when he tore his gaze from the rusted metal bed and towards the other side of the cell. Thick bars of metal blocked his path, showing a corridor beyond the gaps but unable to be reached by him. He willed his legs forwards and started the short trip across the length of the cell. His footsteps echoed with a clacking sound as he approached, one step after another until he was finally right against the bars and reaching forwards, his fingers curled around one and held tight. It was cold, so cold that it was almost burning. He swiftly pulled his hand away and pressed it under his armpit, ignoring the spiky chill that he felt in pressing it against himself and instead letting it be warmed up. His jaw clenched and he leaned forwards, turning his head and trying to glimpse anything further down the hallways. He was sure he could spy other cells, but none of them showed any light coming out from them. In either direction that he looked, there was only a grim darkness which encroached upon him but progressed no further on account of the single candle he had burning away in his cell. Stepping backwards, he swallowed thickly and turned, making his way towards the rusted bed and staring down at it for a short moment. He turned and sat down, dropping his arms on his knees and pursing his lips. "All right," he said to himself, in lieu of anyone else to speak with. "You're in jail." Drumming his fingers on his knees, he bounced the realization around in his head several more times. Each time he increased the pressure on his tapping fingers as he tried to put together what happened for him to even be there in the first place. Clicking his tongue in a pattern, he looked around to the bars once more and stopped his tapping. He had been in Chaldea. And he had been talking to Velka. His lips thinned and his mind started to work over what they had been talking about. He felt a huff shoot through him as he considered the idea that this was some very unfunny effort of a prank. That Velka was just putting him in some dream jail to convince him that he actually didn't belong in here, which he did not, because he wasn't blaming himself, and that she would be along to probably say something to that effect. Except, that didn't feel right. That answer seemed wrong to him for reasons that he could not even begin to comprehend. This was just weird. All right, so, muttering to himself once more, just to hear something other than the dripping sound, he sighed and scratched at his brow. Unsure of what he was supposed to do for now. Really, there was precious little that he could probably do until such a time that whatever was going to happen, happened. Glancing at the communicator on his wrist, he gave an internal shrug of the shoulders and pressed it into activation. Except nothing happened. He frowned and pressed it again, greeted with nothing. It didn't feel right to him. It was cold, but it wasn't the sort of cold that could be expected from metal. It was just the sensation of being cold that greeted his finger. Yanking it backwards and away from his wrist, jumping to his feet in the next moment and feeling the frown on his lips deepen considerably. He touched his clothes. Everything was sort of numb, like grabbing something underwater. He bunched his hand into a fist, scrunching up his shirt between his fingers and then loosening them again. Letting his arm drop down to his side and feeling an eerie chill climb up from the base of his spine right to his nape. A shudder worked its way through his body and he turned to the bars of his cell, moving towards them once again and stopping right in front of them. Taking a deep breath and, "Hello? Anyone out there?" His voice echoed all around him and he waited for some sign of a response, either a noise or a shout in kind. There was nothing. Just that same emptiness that existed in sound as it existed in being. Once again, "Hello? Can anyone hear me?" His shouts were met with that oppressive nothing once more and he was starting to feel some increasing level of isolation, more than he was previously. Reaching up and wiping his forehead and then stopping and pulling his hand away. Brows furrowed as he stared at his hand and noticed something rather strange. Nothing was there. He pressed against his forehead once again and pulled his hand away. That was weird. He couldn't feel the warmth of his body, but it wasn't like it was especially cold either. It was just like it was there and that was it. He could touch and feel it, but there was nothing more than that. It was more than a little concerning, and between the feeling of being utterly alone and that strange coldness that was clinging to him, except it was not cold but it was not warm. For the life of him, he could not put it into words or thoughts beyond a strange contradiction of emotions. He was alive and he knew he was alive. Something was telling him just that. Ritska stopped. Just stopped. Then slowly, slow enough that he could feel the muscles in his neck working, he turned his head very slowly towards the bars of his cell and narrowed his eyes. A second noise came to him from further beyond the metal. Not as loud as the dripping of the water, not yet, but there was certainly a sound that he was not imagining. He thinned his lips and leaned forwards, glancing left and right to discern which way the sound was coming from. Yet no matter how much he stared and tried to strain his ears, he could not tell. Which could have meant it was coming from both directions. A sound almost like the wind but sharper, more concise, a high-pitched whistling which started and then stopped at irregular intervals. He gulped and tried to force down the knot of unease that was forming in his gut and coiled his hands into fists. Taking a deep breath and slowing everything to get a better earful. There was a sound sharper than all before. With that, he took several swift steps away from the bars and stared with wide eyes. He did not dare even breathe as the noise echoed through, drifting right past him. The drip behind him was like a cannon going off now, and he turned his head sharply towards it and fought the urge to just glare at it for continuing to make noise. Yet he turned back and then stopped when he heard the sound once more. It wasn't a whistle, though it might have sounded as such from a distance. It was a shriek, high-pitched and wailing. He started to shudder as the noise was drowning out all else, and then, to his growing horror, another shriek answered it from the other direction. He stepped back a little further into his cell and kept on walking until his back pressed against the cold and wet stone. Then he pressed further into it, as though he could become one. His heart resumed beating faster than he had ever thought possible, drumming so very loudly that it was as though it would come flying out of his chest any second now. The shriek came once more, his breath hitched. If he could sweat, Ritska mused, his face would probably be akin to a shower by now. Then he saw it. The darkness beyond his cell encroached just a little bit closer than before. It peeled away from the backdrop and took a vague shape, barely humanoid and with lights of its own. Twin specks of glowing red glared at him through the bars, and the noise came again, lower and more malicious. Eyes glared at him, a glare of such indescribable hatred. Ritska watched with a detached coldness as the shadow stepped towards his cell in utter silence and then met the bars. The bars did nothing to stop it, as though the body was made of nothing but smoke. It passed through them without even delaying its speed and kept on moving. Step by step it moved closer into his cell and towards him. Ritska pressed himself further back and took in a sharp breath before coiling his hands. He slid along the wall and put more distance between himself and the creature, stumbling into the bed with a rather loud crack, and then winced, falling onto the metal and scrambling across it, rolling over his shoulder and spinning back around, standing up with another echoing crash of the thin metal supporting his weight. More orbs of light emerged from the darkness, peeling away and taking shape. And they all stepped into his cell one at a time until there were a half-dozen of them. They all stared at him with that same look, and he could just feel the emotions rolling off them. Feel their hatred, their anger, and their bloodlust. All of it was aimed squarely at him. The one closest to him growled. It was a wet gurgling sound. That it came from nothing more than a thick cloud of smoke in the vague shape of a person did not even factor into him at the time. He just stepped closer to the wall and stared down at them, taking in another deep breath before he clenched his jaw and slowly started to raise his arms, but truly didn't know what he was going to do. What was he expecting to happen? Was he going to fight them? Throw his fists and hope they didn't pass through their bodies as easily as the metal bars had? So he did the only other thing he could think of. It wasn't dignified or anything like that. But his panic-addled mind didn't much care for that. "Hello," he shouted, voice reaching octaves he hadn't thought possible. "Hello. Anyone out there?" There might have been a moment where his voice cracked, especially when the arms of the shadows started to rise up and the lights that served as their eyes burned brighter all the more. Casting deep red lights across the room and reaching towards him, he pressed himself against the wall with such force that it was starting to hurt. "Anybody? Hello? Help?" Fists raised, he took in a sharp breath and prepared himself. Then there was a voice. "Help, you call for?" An amusing notion, but wholly unoriginal. Ritska blinked at the sudden voice, which seemed to echo all around him and struck him as vaguely familiar in a way that he could not quite place. How many others cry that word in hell, and how often is it ignored? The shadows before him seemed to sense something amiss as the voice drew closer, now turning from him and acting as though they had not been mere seconds from getting him and shifting their collective gaze for the door. Ritska followed them as he heard the sound of footsteps growing closer and closer, louder and louder. And yet, here you stand, in a position where few others could have found themselves being. From the depths of the shadowed backdrop, another shadow peeled away, but this one was far more solid than the smoky clouds before him. It strode forwards and towards the light of his cell. Then there was a flash of bright blue, an intensity to it which had him wince and shut his eyes, throwing himself backwards and raising his arms as a sudden wave of heat rolled over him. Then a flood of noises met his ears, the grinding of metal and then the howl of the monsters, ending with a crackle of what sounded like flames. It was a cacophony of jumbled sounds which abruptly cut out. His eyes opened up and he stared, rather blankly, at the barely distinct shape just far enough away from the candle that he could not make out more than a vague notion of color. It was a deep blackish green, smart trousers and equally smart pointed shoes. But he could make out no more from the large coat which adorned the man. He spoke once more and Ritska was left with a sudden cold clarity as to who this was, made all the more pointed as he found himself alone in the cell, the final traces of black smoke from the monsters fading away under burned blue embers. In the depths of hell, someone had stepped forth and answered your cry for help. Ritska took in a slow breath, the name breathed out of him is no more than a whisper. Avenger. There was no denying who this was. More so when the shadow, when Avenger, let out an almost amused cackle and stepped out of the shadows and into the light. Darkness was shirked away from his body and revealed him in full, pale-skinned with matted blonde hair. Dull amber eyes fixed themselves upon him as the servant moved to around halfway into the cell and then stopped. Yes, Master of Chaldea. Avenger remarked with a mere inclination of the head, almost like a polite nod in greeting, as he brought it back up. It seems as though, once again, you have found yourself a prisoner in a tower of hell. In this prison that exists beyond both love and hate. Ritska sniffed and stepped away from the wall ever so slightly, his earlier sense of trepidation replaced by some vague sense of accusing. He narrowed his eyes at Avenger who gave him no more than a placid stare. Back with you as well. Of course. Avenger stated as though it were the obvious. Where else would you find me except in this place? We are connected forever, it and I, and we shall never forget the presence of the other. Ritska huffed. Sounds like you could use a vacation. Avenger stared at him dully and then raised a brow. They say that humor is the shield to stave away despair. How tightly are you gripping this shield now, Master of Chaldea, that you are fighting back the desire to surrender yourself to your tears? He did not give that a response, instead he stared at the now open door of his cell. It had been wrenched open with brute force, and then back towards the servant and was pointedly aware of just how fast they had been when fighting them. Possibly fueled by the Holy Grail, but that changed very little. They would still be faster than him and it did not change the most immediate note of confusion. You saved me. Avenger gave an almost laugh. Saved? In this place? No, you have forgotten so quickly where you stand, Master of Chaldea. There can be no salvation in this tower of suffering and pain. There is only an agony which cannot be escaped. Death would have been a salvation none earn, no matter how sweetly they might beg for it. Ritska curled his lip. So you just decided to save me for torture, you mean? It was a sardonic comment and if Avenger could see how uneasy he was feeling at the notion, they said nothing about it. Indeed. Avenger nodded slowly, a wry smile on his lips. Until I am sated, I shall have your soul battered and bruised by those who are condemned here, just as you are. Or until Chaldea find me. Ritska cut in with narrowed eyes of his own. Unfortunately for him, and his confidence, Avenger threw back his head and let loose one of the loudest laughs he had ever heard in his life. Long and full of a twisted humor, it bounced off the walls in such a way that a maddened cackle could do so. The longer it went on, the more the alarm coiled in his gut. When it finally trailed away, Avenger lowered his head and looked him dead in the eye. Chaldea cannot find your voice, nor will your voice reach them. Says you. Ritska argued. Avenger smiled indulgently. Indeed. So says I. Slowly, those amber eyes slid towards his wrist where the communicator was and then flicked back towards him. There was a pointed knowing in that gaze which Ritska found discomforting. But he knew better. Not the first time there have been communication faults. Then you are often easily lost to your allies in Chaldea. Avenger mused with some sense of mocking. Yet you shall find that you have never been as lost as this, Master of Chaldea, for in this deep place, there are no voices to reach yours. For you are as lost as one could ever find themselves being. Even still. Standing up taller, he narrowed his eyes. They'll find me. Avenger inclined his head slowly to one side. But how can they find you, when you aren't truly lost? He blinked once. Then twice. Huh. Avenger smiled. Do you truly believe that it is your body that you inhabit at this very moment? You have felt it, have you not, the way you pulse with life, the way you are neither warm nor cold? Can you not feel it deep in yourself? The unease which grips your very being, as though you have never been as exposed as right this second. Ritska didn't like how close those words were to the truth and he settled for a glare, but he could not ignore them. His reply, however, wasn't needed as Avenger cocked his head and smiled just a bit wider and left the pit in his gut just a bit deeper. It is not your body that is trapped here, he said, some sort of brilliant delight glittering in his eyes. It is your soul. Mash found herself just staring at him. He looked peaceful, as though he was asleep and nothing more, even managing to fight the urge to brush out some loose strands of hair which had drifted onto his face during his transit to the infirmary. Really, there should have been nothing about this situation to set her heart aflutter with worry or for the cold hands of fear to grip her as tightly as they did. The voices around her, however, did all the work in setting down that emotion in her gut. Knew it was a mistake to listen to him. The director was spitting off somewhere behind her. Mash flinched at the sheer fury in her tone of voice. Allowing you to come within even a single foot of him was a mistake, you were just biding your time until. If you would allow your anger to subside for a moment, Velka began. The director cut her off. Don't you dare tell me to calm down. Mash pinched her expression and tried to blot out the voices, hunkering herself closer to the bed and leaning forwards, her fingers rested on the bedsheets and started to curl inwards. Drawing tighter and tighter until she had formed fists, bunches of fabric hung between her knuckles and she clenched her jaw as tightly as she could manage. Raised voices continued into the background, but all were drowned by her own thoughts. She hadn't even been there when something happened. She didn't even know something was wrong with him in the first place and, no, she had known there was something wrong but she hadn't thought it was anything at all like this. Mash screwed her eyes shut and drew in a haggard breath. If she had been paying more attention then she would have seen the signs earlier, she might have been able to do something about it, but during all this time, all these moments, the very best she could have come up with was just the desire to protect him, and then the world had just decided to point out how far she still needed to go. Enough. A jolt ran through her body at the raised voice, one she failed to recognize for only a few seconds. Her hands danced down to her fingers for a single moment. Her eyes snapped open wide and she stared at them. Oh. Her fingers were fine. Turning her head around, she looked at the doctor. He was standing up, eyes hard and face set almost like stone as he looked between the director and towards Velka. She hadn't heard him raise his voice like that for a while. Romani drew in a sharp breath and then spoke again, quieter but with no less strength. Enough. Shouting at one another about what the cause of this is won't help us, and I very much doubt that Velka would try something with Fujimaru-kun and then proceed to alert us something happened to him when only she was around. He waved a hand towards the goddess, who looked a little vindicated. The director was glaring, but it managed to subside into just a scathing look and nothing else. Suspicion and doubt fell away but still remained. The priority right now is ascertaining what happened to Fujimaru-kun. We can point fingers and worry about who was responsible for what when he is healed again from. Romani trailed off, his eyes flicked towards her and then past her shoulder to the bed. From whatever this is. The director let out a huff and then folded her arms. Bring in the casters and have them start running whatever examinations they can on him. See what the cause is and if it can be tracked down. Mash nodded her head slowly along with the words of the director, but as hopeful as they were, she just felt all the more useless. The work would fall to the casters and those with the understanding of it all, and the very best she could manage was just to paw at the side of his bed and stare at him in the desperate hope that he would come back. No, she knew he would come back. Everyone was so determined, so he had to come back. Her eyes lingered on his face as he twitched ever so slightly. He had been doing that every now and again, could see his eyes moving under the lids in wild patterns before they went still. She assumed he was dreaming or that he was having a nightmare. All sorts of things that she couldn't do anything about. Mash turned her head and stared at his hand. Very slowly, almost tentatively, she inched her fingers towards it. So close they were almost touching. Then she stopped and pulled her hand back and dropped it onto her lap. All she could do was wait, but until something happened, she decided that she would not leave his side. That was the least she could do. Or in this situation, it was likely the opposite. The extent that she could do was this. There was a flash of light behind her, a brief flicker of her shadow on the wall before it dimmed away, and then she felt the room bathed in a familiar presence. Though far from being alone, as there was another shape which came up beside her and lingered at the head of the bed. Her eyes flicked towards it, catching sight of Kiyohime's blank expression. On the other side was Gwendolyn. He looked down with a more noticeable frown before drawing back and turning his head. Is this how it is forever to be, witch? Gwendolyn hissed and stalked away to the far side of the room. Mash turned and followed his movements, seeing him pace towards Velka, who wasn't even looking at him. Am I to be denied even a glimmer of happiness? Does the sight of my own smile offend you so deeply that everything must lead to? Velka sighed. Cease the dramatics, boy. I am not the author of your every woe, and flinging them at my feet gets rather tiresome. I am not here to serve as a convenient outlet for your misplaced anger at the situation. Mash tensed. Gwendolyn snarled and the snakes at his feet hissed. If this is in any capacity linked to you. Velka turned her head very slowly, looking Gwendolyn right in the eyes and raising a brow. Gwendolyn went quiet and then turned away with a huff, facing Senpei once more and his expression hardening. Then he stopped, confusion washing over him, and then he squinted hard. What? It took Mash a few moments to realize that he was not actually speaking to her and instead was looking at Senpei. What has happened to his? He trailed off, then stood upright and turned to Velka with a scowl. Have you misplaced something or meddled with him? Velka sighed loudly and turned. Mash only felt her confusion grow. Yet the moment Velka looked at Senpei, her own expression froze and then quickly went pinched. She was staring in much the same way that Gwendolyn had been doing not even a few moments earlier. The two of them traded a glance with one another before Velka spoke slowly and in a slightly apprehensive tone of voice. I believe it best to fetch my grandson. I shall bring Esser Bedrick. Gwendolyn declared instead and vanished in a flash of light. Mash was left confused, then looked about and saw she was at least not alone in feeling as such. What are you talking about? The director demanded. Why bring Ash here? Or Bedrick? What is the matter with him? Velka remained silent. Mash felt some ominous feeling coil up in her gut. It was cold and sickly. For a few moments she truly wished that she did not know what Velka was going to say and perhaps wished she would not speak at all. Then she abandoned that notion and leaned forwards. Velka made a small noise of bemusement. He appears to be missing his soul. Ritsuka wanted to call Avenger a liar. He really would have liked nothing more than to just say that, to accuse the servant of trying to scare him. Really, it should have been easy. Especially after Avenger had all but admitted that he was trying to torture him or to put him into a position where he could be tortured. So at the end of the day, it would not have been too big of a shock for him to understand that Avenger was not above lying to make him terrified. Opening his mouth to say as such. He stopped. His mouth hung open, the words stuck in the back of his throat and just settled there. Every attempt to displace them, to get them out, resulted in nothing more than a hacking noise. It felt like something gummy was blocking up his throat, that it was trying to choke him out, and he just stared at Avenger opposite him, that smirk on his face and that knowing gleam in his eyes. As if he knew exactly what he was suffering through and was reveling in every moment that passed him by. Ritsuka stood there, hacking and sputtering for who knows how long. Then he finally worked his jaw shut and gulped, forcing the words back down and feeling a weight slide down his gullet. He stared at Avenger in silence and Avenger stared right back. Have you come to understand how dire your situation is? Avenger's voice was quieter now. Your soul has been pulled from your body and dragged here. Cast away into the deepest depths known, where none can find you. Where not even the light of salvation can breach the shadows that surround us. His soul. Ritsuka felt faint. He felt faint. Surely if he was still feeling things, then that meant he was fine. That this was just a trick, because surely you needed a body in order to feel something. That was surely proof. So why couldn't he dismiss Avenger's words? Why couldn't he convince himself that Avenger was lying? Avenger turned around and walked towards the door. Ritsuka watched him leave before his mind caught up with the movement and he realized that Avenger was actually leaving. Then he heard in the distance the growls and the wails. His mind connected them with the shadows and the thought of more of them finding him when he was alone. He opened his mouth to speak. Avenger cut him short. I did not realize you were so comfortable to remain. Yet if you have no intention of trying to escape, then you might remain in this cell until you are torn asunder. Surrender is a possibility here. With that said, he walked on. But Ritska blinked and then felt his eyes widen. Escape. Wait, Avenger talked about escape as though it was. He bolted forwards and right out of the door, turning his head and charging down the damp corridor, hearing his feet clatter across stone, and passing by row upon row of iron bars either side of him. He did not think about the shadows which moved beyond them and instead sprinted after the shadow of Avenger blending into the depths. Hey, wait. Truthfully, he did not expect Avenger to listen. Which was why he was pleasantly surprised when they actually stopped and turned around to face him, head inclined ever so slightly and eyes tracking him. Ritska slowed to a dead stop and looked at them, frowning for a few moments and then speaking up. What do you mean escape? Avenger blinked and made a face as though surprised. Surely the concept is not so foreign to you. You find yourself in hell and would merely accept it. Not that. Ritska cut him off and pursed his lips. Earlier you said there was no Sal. Avenger clicked his tongue, then looked disappointed. You misunderstood my words, it seems. Escape might well be possible from this place. Challenging to be sure, nigh impossible, but there is a chance however slim. Suddenly he was leaning close enough that their noses almost touched. But there is no salvation from this hell. Escape, possibly. Then he leaned back. But there is no salvation. There is no light that can be cast upon you that shall ever rid your soul of the memories of this place, that shall ever bury the pain of being in this darkness and let you pass it by. What happens here, what you suffer through, it shall remain anchored to your soul forever. Ritska did not doubt Avenger. Nor the certainty with which he spoke, lacking any of the usual flair or laughter. They were cold words spoken with an equally cold voice. But even so, but there is a chance to escape. He settled with instead and looked at Avenger. There were seconds that passed, then Avenger leaned his head back. A smile danced on his lips, a sharper one but rather amused. There was something almost approving in his eyes, but it could well have been a trick of the light. Avenger started to chuckle and then it grew louder and louder, then a bellowing cackle burst from his lips and bounced around him. Ritska weathered the laughter until it faded away. Indeed, Avenger declared, such is the determination I would have expected from you, who climbed through the first tower. Yes, there is indeed the chance for escape, and if such a chance exists, then you shall clamber towards it, even if you shall never heal from these wounds. He pulled his lips thin. Then he shrugged. What else is new? Avenger did not laugh that time, instead he muttered. What else indeed? Turning, he started to walk forwards once again and Ritska joined him a moment later, keeping his eyes straight ahead. There did not seem to be a direction, but Avenger had not tried to scare him away just yet. 7 days. He blinked and turned to Avenger. That is how long you have to escape. The servant spoke further. I do not tell you this out of kindness, but necessity. So long as you are aware of the chance for escape, you should at least know of the rules of this hell. The bare minimum for you, if nothing else. Akin to teaching the child the rules of the game but doing nothing to aid them beyond such things. Ritska nodded along and waited for Avenger to speak further. Within these 7 days, you must pass through 7 trials. Each shall test you to your limit, each shall attempt to destroy your, and if you should pass through them all, then you will have won your freedom. And if I do not, you die. Avenger stated quickly, a side-eye aimed his way. If the 7th day passes you by, you shall die as well. Ritska drew his lips thin and turned his head straight onwards. 7 days and 7 trials, huh? He muttered, more to himself than anything else. I take it you won't tell me what the trials are. No. Avenger responded as expected. That is for me to know and you to attempt. If nothing else, your blindness shall make your efforts all the more desperate and amusing. Ritska rolled his eyes at what was becoming a rather predictable conversation, but he stopped the movement early when he saw Avenger cast him a rather warning look. As though he was expecting him to make the gesture. Ritska instead thinned his lips and nodded his head very slowly, then glanced over his shoulder and frowned a bit deeper. It had been a little while since he heard the growls, but he did not doubt they were still around somewhere. He turned back and glanced at Avenger. Given the silence they walked in, he felt like asking something. Is this revenge for us destroying your last Hell Tower? Avenger did not respond save a hum. It wasn't much of an answer. I don't regret doing it, he said. And I'm not going to apologize. Avenger stopped walking, then turned his head and stared at him. There was something in his face, an emotion he could not discern, as the servant stared at him unblinkingly. Ritska met the stare head on, refusing to back down or break eye contact with them. You speak nonsense that is impossible to even mock, Avenger declared after a moment. And you assume much if you think this hell is one of my making. I crafted my own and we did battle over it. I was defeated and fled in shame. If I had a chance for revenge, it would have been there and then. Ritska thinned his lips, then something clicked in his mind. It sounded as though Avenger did not make this tower this time. And there was one other person who could do that. Imprisoning his soul also felt like the sort of thing they could do. His eyes widened. You mean Solo? His mouth snapped shut and suddenly his back was pressed against the wall. He blinked dumbly a single time before his hands rose up, gripping at the forearm which was pressing a hand tight over him. Muffled noises of surprise squirmed between the fingers trapping him and he looked into Avenger's face. Eyes narrowed, the servant looked at him hard. It would be in your best interests to control your tongue. Avenger almost growled at him, yet the eyes quickly parted from his own and instead flicked upwards. As though there was something above them. Ritska looked up as well, seeing but nothing but an empty blackness above them. Those loose lips and flapping gums of yours have spelled trouble enough to drag you to this land. It would do for you to have some better sense than to carelessly call upon the King of Mages. What? With just his name? He tried to feel some sense of incredulity about the fear which almost sounded like paranoia to him. Except Avenger was very serious about this. And, well, it was the guy who was apparently the greatest mage to ever live so. Shakily, he nodded his head up and down before eyeing the palm pressed against his mouth for a few moments. Hoping that he was getting the point across that he wasn't going to go shouting out the guy's name from now on. With a huff, Avenger ripped the hand away from him and dropped it back to his side. Ritska stayed with his back against the wall for a few seconds longer, watching to see if that was all Avenger was going to do. As soon as it became clear to him that he stepped away from the wall and rolled his jaw. It didn't feel as though it had been bruised with the manhandling, if he could even bruise at all, and rubbed a hand over his chin before he spoke up. So, the King of Mages did this to me. Avenger scoffed loudly, turning and marching on ahead once more. The King of Mages no more willed you here than you will insects into your mouth as you sleep. That was, definitely an analogy that existed, Ritska could now say. And it painted a somewhat disturbing picture. He opened his mouth. I am no Abbe Faria. Avenger spoke first, cutting him short with a hardness in his tone. With a glare shot over his shoulder, the servant sent him a rather scathing look which all but demanded he not say anything until they had said their piece. Do not look to me as some beacon of assurance or man of confession. I have no sweet and honeyed words to whisper to ease the pain you shall feel. Ritska slowly held up his hands in a show of surrender, keeping them there until Avenger turned back around and seemingly dismissed him entirely. He watched the back of the man for a moment or two, then narrowed his eyes. That name that got dropped sounded a little important to him, but he couldn't quite place it. It sounded very European to him. Upon noticing that Avenger was starting to pull ahead, Ritska sped up his walking until he was side by side with the servant. Is this actually hell? Avenger made a noise. You ask questions in such a curious order indeed. Is this hell? It is a maze for the soul itself where there is only suffering and pain. If that cannot be called hell, then what is such a place? Ritska thinned his lips. I've heard of places which sound rather awful. Ah, you mean that land of cursed ice. The servant made a rather disgusted face at his own words. Yes, that is truly a place I could scarcely imagine and perhaps does earn a title of damnation. To have your essence stripped of you until there is nothing that remains. Death in the mind but not the body, a husk of a soul that cries for no stimulus. He would give this to Avenger. They had a way with words. Priscilla liked it. As I am certain that the devil enjoys his own domain. Avenger countered. For it is where he holds the greatest influence. That girl, I do not doubt, has become enamored with her role that she sees not the cruelty she inflicts upon her prisoners. A warden with a heart surrounded by the hopeless. Who is there that could challenge her views that did not come to her willingly? That wasn't something he considered, or perhaps it was. But it sounded like Avenger hated it for a different reason. A familiar reason. You sound like Ash. Avenger tilted his head. Does it surprise you so deeply that a kindred spirit of mine would offer similar reasons? He truly carries his own hell in his soul, but his can be understood. A tapestry of hatred and pain. For these are what endure the longest, are they not? The suffering of humans casts the deepest scars. He turned and looked onwards. And they should not be forgotten. Cannot be forgotten. Ritska looked onwards as well. You're more passionate about it than he is. He replied with a shrug. But I guess I can see where you might be coming from. If you're angry about something, and you think it's justified, then you wouldn't really want anyone to forget about that, would you? You'd at least want someone to acknowledge it. Avenger scowled. Acknowledgement. If it was for acknowledgement alone, what purpose would it serve? Does anger exist to be no more than a sunset to gaze upon? Or a brightly shaped beetle to smile at? No, I am the incarnation of vengeance. The one who holds those flames of agony that would burn even the soul itself. Bad choice of words. Ritska muttered to himself and rubbed the back of his neck. But all right. Avenger settled ever so slightly, turning his head. Chateau d'If. Ritska had to physically fight his urge to say, bless you, as soon as Avenger spoke whatever that was. MMMH. Is what he said instead. You asked. Avenger said. I answered. That is what this place is called. The prison tower that exists beyond hatred and love. Where those of guilt and innocence alike shall find themselves trapped to endure suffering. Chateau d'If, and only time shall tell which of the two you are, master of Chaldea. Ritska tried not to think about how unsettling Avenger's words were. Especially when the servant looked him right in the eye. Or do you believe your soul is free of the weight of sin? Then he stepped forwards and loomed over him ever so slightly. Do you believe you deserve freedom? Avenger stepped backwards and turned his head. Do not answer. I have no interest in your words as of yet. Certainly not when we have not reached our final destination. Truly, if you believe you deserve to escape, then you shall demonstrate this in the coming days. If not, he did not do anything more than leave a terrible silence in his wake. But Ritska knew what he meant. If he didn't get out of this in the next 7 days, then he really was going to die. The thought didn't fill him with as much anxiety as it should have done. I'm going to leave, he said. Though whether that was for Avenger's benefit or his own, he didn't know. Avenger looked at him as if he saw right through the attempt for what it was, but at least was kind enough, or courteous enough, that he did not say anything about it or try to goad him further. Instead there was a long silence that stretched between them, only their footsteps as company. Ritska eyed the rows of bars. Time started to lose meaning for how long they had been walking. His legs did not ache and it was hard to say how far they had walked in the low lighting, but he looked into the cells and saw the briefest movements in the dark. The shadows floating in the depths of the obsidian backdrop. He could feel them stare back at him, sometimes he could see their glowing red eyes. Ritska fought a shudder at them and kept walking. How many are here? Avenger hummed. Would you truly wish to know? Their fate is far removed from your own. They are dead, you are not. Yeah, but, trailing off, he wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. Did the King of Mages bring them all here? There was an odd silence from Avenger at that, then he shrugged his shoulders. Who can say? I would say it is removed from the King of Mages to do such a thing wantonly, but through accident. It remains a possibility closer to reality than not. He said he wasn't going to bother. Ritska muttered, he wasn't sure if that was supposed to be a comfort or not. Even when he had said as much, the thought that Solomon would have stayed away from them felt strange. Especially when he had gone and visited Ash again during the apartment episode. Said we were beneath his notice. As bugs often are. Avenger agreed with a nod of the head. Which is why you set up traps for them to destroy themselves upon, hence you need not pay them further mind. Ritsuka blinked. Then went straight. Traps. So it wasn't even a targeted assault as much as he just accidentally blundered into whatever this was. Talk about bad luck. Kuhahahaha. Avenger threw back his head and laughed. You shall find such dismal fortune common indeed for those who come here. Though it has little in common with the prison that truly existed, there can be no doubt that it drags the same brand of unfortunate souls into its cells. Your poor luck is only proof of that fact. He stopped walking, then squinted further into the darkness. He could have sworn there was something up ahead. Ah, you can sense it, can you? He twitched, looking towards Avenger as they stood between him and whatever was up ahead. The servant inclined his head ever so slightly, just about showing off the ghost of a smile he had on his face and the little amused twinkle in his eyes. Indeed, your senses do not betray you, Master of Chaldea. What lies ahead is of great importance to you. Ritsuka wet his lips. One of the trials. Yes. Avenger turned with a flourish of his cloak and marched forwards. The first hall of judgment. 7 lay before you and now you stand before the first. Each of them shall try their utmost to claim your life, and it is only through your determination that you shall survive each of them. Ritsuka was having a hard time with equating the actions of Avenger to his words. It almost sounded like a contradiction was happening, but that was not quite right. Avenger would lead him around while also getting enjoyment out of watching him struggle through everything, but was doing it almost fairly. He felt like asking all the same. I assume you're going to be coming with me to watch. Avenger chuckled. Quite so. I am indeed going to play the part of audience in this little theater of yours, to stand and offer my applause to what shall be a rousing performance. Then Avenger stepped forwards. Unless, of course, you would stay your feet here and do nothing. What stands inside the hall before us shall not hesitate. The lord of that domain shall make every effort to kill you, and it is only through killing them first that you shall pass the trial. Ritsuka felt more than a little sick at the moment. But he tried not to let it show, instead he rolled his jaw inwards and watched Avenger. Are you telling me that I have to escape by killing everyone who would try and stop me? Avenger narrowed his eyes, but there was little mocking about it. You shall either fight or you shall die. Those remain the two choices that stand before you, if they could be considered choices at all. Though if you doubt me, if you believe me to be one who spins falsehoods. With a graceful movement, he stepped away and waved his arm. Blue flames leapt from his hand and rushed towards a glint of light. In a moment suddenly the wall was bathed in it and there was a brilliant flash in front of him. Ritsuka raised his hand to blot it, at least until his eyes adjusted. When they did, he lowered his arm and beheld what was before him. A large iron door, rusted in parts and taking up nearly the entire length of the hallway. Either side of it were torches, alight with the flames Avenger had spewed at them. Speaking of the servant, they stood before the large door and gestured towards it, that sharpened smile back on their lips once more. If you truly believe that you might find another path, then you may enter with that belief and suffer for it one way or another. Yet you shall find no such optimism is rewarded. Ritsuka was feeling himself turn more than a little uneasy but he didn't want to think that was the only choice. Didn't want to believe it was as black and white as Avenger was making it out to be. He wasn't the same as that guy. He didn't go around killing people if they got in his way. He just wasn't, and he didn't know why he was suddenly thinking about them at all. The two situations weren't even close to being related. With a glance towards Avenger, he stepped forwards and walked past them, right towards the doors. Raising his hands, he gently pushed them against the cold metal and drew in a sharp breath. There was probably no turning back now. He started pushing, the doors groaned as they parted and he stepped from the corridor and into the hall. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower, too. Being brought down to the infirmary having been informed that something had transpired with Ritsuka, there were many things Ash expected to see. Indeed, he saw what he expected. And there was much he did not expect. This was one of them. Neither he nor Bedrick opposite him made any move the second they caught sight of one another in the hallway. Ash assumed a more neutral posture which was perfectly matched by the Lord of Cinder. Both expressions blank, they engaged in a contest of unblinking stares which lasted for more time than it truly should have done. Ash was aware that there were many more important matters to be concerning himself with, but it was difficult to ignore what was in front of him. He twitched, his eyes slid towards the door and then back towards the Lord of Cinder as he took the first step forwards. Bedrick matched it with his own step. Ash moved again, Bedrick copied him. They both started to stroll onwards more confidently, aiming for the door which lay in the center of the corridor and where their paths would intersect with one another. Or where the destination lay, he kept his attention split between the door and the Lord of Cinder. Much the same could be said of the burgundy-haired man. It was a relatively short walk before they were stood right before one another. Whatever height difference there was between them did not matter much. Instead they just kept their eyes fixed on the opposite. The door between them opened up, they turned as one and looked at the person who had welcomed them. A brief flicker of annoyance crossed Olga's face as she looked first towards him and then towards Bedrick. The annoyance and irritation only deepened as she stepped backwards and made a waving motion into the room. Choosing not to let her inner thoughts spill out, it seemed, but making them clear on her face alone. Ash traded a glance with Bedrick and was rewarded with a small but perceptible nod of the head. Understanding was reached between them and they moved as one. He cut just in front of the saber, entering the room first and hearing the sharp intake of breath behind him from the movement. Ignoring it, he turned his head unto the bed which held the greatest number of denizens in the room, including his grandmother and his uncle. At least Mash was there. Gwendolyn turned and took one look at him, face souring rather quickly before whirling on Velko with a growl. I told you that Sir Bedrick was capable of handling it. And I believe that Ash is uniquely qualified for investigative measures in this matter, do you not agree? Whatever argument they held was shunted from his mind as he strode towards the bed, eyes narrowing further as he looked down at the boy. There was nothing visibly wrong with his appearance, he looked caught in the land of dreams. The noises were no more than background happenings by the time he came upon the bed and moved closer to Mash than anyone else in the room. He just continued to stare down at Ritska. The connection with the body remained but. Ash thinned his lips. Raising his hand and reaching down, he pressed his palm flat upon the chest of the teenager and kept it there, pushing just a bit further with his senses and leaning into it. A crimson glow engulfed his fingers and his palm as he pressed on the body. Not too far but just enough that it would earn a reaction. Should have earned a reaction. But there was nothing, vaguely even a twitch. His hand was yanked away just as suddenly, a tight grip on his wrist and he was spun around to face the rather incentivized face of Bedrick. Eyes narrowed dangerously in a rather tight curl on his face. There was a definite call for violence in the expression but it remained that and that alone. A face of warning. Ash pulled his hand free and tilted his head. You saw it, did you not? Bedrick's face slowly lost the anger and was replaced by unsettled acknowledgement. I did, he admitted, then hardened his eyes once more. Which could have been done without the attempt to thrust a dark hand into his body. I made an effort to touch and that alone. Ash defended rather staunchly, hardening his face into a scowl. Had I sensed anything, I would have removed my hand from his body before any lasting damage could be done. Given you do not even know the spell save for what wraiths used for murder, I believe I am more uniquely qualified than you for how it works. Bedrick tightened his face, pulled back and folded his arms. The sound of someone clearing their throat caught his ears. He turned his eyes and found Romani with a fist in front of his lips. Right, the doctor lowered his hand. What happened and what were you doing that had him so worked up? I called upon the memory of a dark wraith and attempted to touch his soul. Romani blinked once, then twice, then gaped at him. Yo you what? Touch? Ash repeated with a pointed look at Bedrick, which did nothing to cow their own face. And nothing more, but there was nothing there to touch. His soul does not exist in his body and what remains on that table at the moment is a husk and nothing more. His essence had been lifted from him and it is meat. He waved towards Ritska as he spoke, then stopped and caught the slight stiffening of Masha's shoulders. Her eyes climbed to meet his own. There was a wetness in them, the way her lip wobbled, and she looked almost broken. Ash held his face and turned from her after a moment, looking back across the room to the others. Why is his soul missing? Romani looked like he was going to answer but then stopped himself. Olga did in his stead. We don't know. Ash raised a brow and Bedrick, fortunately, looked away from him and looked just as dubious about the answer as he was. You have no leads? The saber inquired with a tilt of the head, lips pulled into a frown directed at none of them. That can prove problematic. Was there anyone who discovered his body that could shed some sunlight upon this? The gaze of the room fell upon Velka. Ash did not try to be surprised by this development, he turned on her and stared. She held her hands in surrender. I was speaking to him and little else. Even before he darkened my doorway, he had been suffering in secret from the effects of the Tower of Damnation you had toured, carrying something back which I had since lifted from him, to which the doctor can attest. I was there, yes. Romani supplied with a strained look. Not that I can really claim what she did worked or not, but Fujimaru-kun did at least get up and start moving around after she was done with him, though given where he is now. Velka frowned. I did nothing to him that I was not requested to do. There was a curse on him which drained his strength by burdening his mind with his sins, and that was all I removed from him. If there was something else tangled around him, I would have noticed and inquired about it. She waved a hand dismissively. Not until he had parted from my room did he start to suffer from fatigue. He collapsed and I brought him here. So truly, unless you have some evidence which can speak certainty of my guilt, I would prefer you cease with the claims based on nothing more than personal bias. Ash assumed that was aimed at Gwendolyn, especially from the way his uncle looked rather sour at her words. But he looked back at Ritska and frowned. Lifting souls from humans was not a very bloodless affair in his experience. More than that, it was a clean separation, and from what Velka had inferred, if she could be believed, it had happened quickly and without anyone knowing what transpired until the very last second when it took effect. The point being that he was not aware of very many that could accomplish such a thing. And yet there were some who could do such. He knew from his memories that there was a few individuals who were capable of influencing souls with great experience. Velka might not be responsible. Ash said to the quiet room, turning on them and frowning. We are not so lacking in enemies who would benefit from seeing Ritska reduced to this state. Olga straightened, she caught on swiftly. You assume this to be an attack from an outside force. Perhaps. Ash nodded his head slowly, then he frowned. But the method of attack is curious. If we were to find and reclaim his soul, Ritska would likely recover without suffering lasting effects. Unless we assume his soul has been taken and already consumed by whatever. There was a wet gasp behind him. Romani was sending him a disapproving frown and shaking his head rather slowly. We shall assume the young man alive. Bedrick said, looking at him with pointed stare before he turned away. Or at least that his soul is being preserved by whomever took it. If it was an effort to take his life, then there could be many ways of it being done. Mayhaps this was a strategy forced by desperation. Desperation indeed. They turned to the door. El Meloy too strode into the room, eyes fixed on Ritska. And yet there could be something more to it. I have been informed of what happened already and shall offer my own assessment on the situation. Stopping, the caster looked across the room and added as an afterthought, speak up and correct me if I should make a mistake. From the way he spoke, Ash doubted the man was going to make a mistake. Fujimaru Ritska returns from this attempt at making hell, with some manner of curse lingering within him. To our knowledge, the Avenger who orchestrated the situation remained alive and was able to escape. During his return to Chaldea, he is afflicted with, evidently, several days' worth of fatigue before we take notice. El Meloy too stopped and moved his hand towards his inner coat pocket, pawing away at something before it emerged empty-handed. A faint grimace played on his lips, waving a hand for a moment and exhaling. Not commenting upon the boy's refusal to immediately flag this as a concern, one should add. though I doubt he suspected it until the matter was truly presenting itself as something more alarming. The man turned, then raised a single finger. To the original point, we shall assume this. The Avenger responsible was never slain and a part of his design remained within Fujimaru Ritsuka until it was removed. We do not know the full extent of what it was capable of or even if the supposed weighing down of sins was the intent or merely a byproduct of the true nature of it. He frowned. We must not forget that Avenger was, for a brief time, in league with the King of Mages. There can be no underestimating what such a man is capable of when he has the backing of one such as that, or even if the King of Mages did not take advantage of Avenger's inadvertent goal. Ash tilted his head. He made it clear that we did not warrant his attention. Pointing out the words of Solomon, he assumed nothing of the man and did not doubt they spoke the truth. They had both been honest with one another in the times they had spoken. And if he was to consider Chaldea, or even Ritsuka, a threat, then he could have interceded during any of our expeditions. El Meloy snapped his fingers, pointing towards Ash. And you make a valid point. The King of Mages could likely find us right now if he considered us a threat. Clearly he does not, and if he did, there would be no reason to stop at one of our masters. There is still another that remains even without Fujimaru Ritsuka. Olga was rubbing her brow at this point. Bedrick spoke up. So you claim that it is the Avenger of our previous encounter who is the probable cause of this? El Meloy inclined his head towards the saber. Given what Fujimaru Ritsuka had been suffering from and the nature of the distortion, we can make assumptions but we lack concrete proof. Committing ourselves to nothing more than a convenient answer will reward us with a fumbled plan at best. Hands slipped into his pockets, the caster stepped forwards with narrowed eyes. I believe that Avenger is intrinsically linked with what has become of Fujimaru, but whether he is the cause is an entirely different matter. Caster frowned deeper still, brows pinched. It could well be the King of Mages took advantage of what remained behind or perhaps did not even realize what was happening. No different than one would set up an electric fly trap and then have it accidentally kill a bug. There is no physical effort required on your part and you do not even realize what is going on. That sounded like Solomon, if Ash was asked his opinion. Amusing as this game of pointing fingers might be, Uncle drawled with a rather unsatisfied face. It does nothing to change the simple fact that Ritsuka is still lying on that bed without a single feasible option to lift his soul back to his body. What good does it do us to understand who was responsible for it? El Meloy flicked his eyes, then shook his head. Lord Gwendolyn, if I might interject. Bedrick stepped to Uncle with a hand raised. I believe that Baron, El Meloy mouthed the word. Meloy is supposing that if we can discern the one behind the assault, we can determine their motivation. It would aid us in understanding if there is a chance for the young man to return to us. Uncle frowned but said nothing. Ash assumed him satisfied with the words of his sworn knight. He glanced the way of the door as other casters entered very slowly, but he doubted many of them would be able to render much aid. But there was something else. Something that occurred to him. He turned towards Olga. The armor. She blinked and looked at him, brows furrowed and confused. What? The armor which is linked with you. He went further. It has no soul of its own and is nothing more than memories. Olga kept silent and looked at him without comprehension. It takes after you because your minds are linked. More silence. El Meloy rose up, eyes flashing to him and suddenly filled with some emotion he could not quite discern. Are you suggesting a temporary contract transference? Ash nodded his head. El Meloy pursed his lips. I am hesitant to say such a thing is possible, but if nothing else then the memories of the armor would flow through the link and perhaps follow Fujimaru to wherever he currently resides. Wait, what? Olga made a noise, now understanding what he had been implying. How could that work? His soul has apparently already left his body. Even if Stahl could somehow make a journey, what good would it do? El Meloy too looked down at her and put on a face, opening his mouth and then closing it after a few moments. Think, Lord Animosphere. El Meloy too urged her with some strange note to his words, eyes narrowed but in thought alone. Neither the armor nor Fujimaru have a true soul. One has a spirit core and is composed of memories. It would flow to where those memories reside when it makes a link. Olga made a face, then she stopped. Eyes wide she looked right towards Ritska. The soul houses the records of the body. She said slowly, in an almost hushed tone. The body is empty, so the spirit can't form a contract with the body. It would flow immediately to where the souls reside to form the link because it's a terminal. El Meloy said nothing, but there was a slow bobbing of his head as he watched her. Olga paced, hands on her chin and moving her fingers to her teeth before drawing them away. They are different from traditional servants because their memories given form and seem to link with memories. Other servants are records unto themselves but stall, builds from a template. Copies from the blueprints and the blueprints aren't here. Stopping, she turned on El Meloy too. Would it work? The man remained stone-faced, then inclined his head. There is precious little that can be lost in the effort. Olga's face cycled through several emotions, then she dropped her shoulders and shook her head. No, I suppose there is not. Her eyes came up, shining with determination. Romani, she barked out. The doctor snapped to attention. Get Da Vinci down here and tell her to prepare for a contract transfer. All right. Romani scrambled away and towards the monitor behind him. Ash watched Olga for a moment, as she turned towards him and inclined her head. Good idea. Ash grunted. It has not worked yet. And he did not know it was going to work either. Ritska strained against the door, putting his entire weight into pushing it. He was hardly surprised when the door did not immediately give way. It was making him work for every inch. Every loud, groaning inch of space he won felt as though it was quite literally reaching into his body, or soul, and just dragging away whatever strength it could get for him to force the doors open. It held the appearance of some cast iron gate, and if it looked as such, it weighed about that as well. And Avenger was just content to watch him, the silent eyes of the servant burning holes in the back of his head as grunts of exertion forced their way out from between his teeth. Ritska stopped and drew air into his lungs, or perhaps mimicked the sensation of doing so. He tried not to think about how real any of this was, all too hard, then pushed forwards once more. The resistance of the door gave way, the gap where the two slabs of metal joined together grew wider with the next push. Once more, the creaking and groaning sound of metal met his ears and Ritska pushed his fingers through the gap and curled them around the frame. Pulling in one more sharp intake before pushing with all his might and hearing the final screeching of the door against his strength. The resistance grew lesser, the rattling groans of the door lengthened and he stomped forwards and through the gap as it was finally wide enough for him to enter. He panted once, standing up straight and glancing around. Hall of Judgment indeed, it was certainly wider than his prison cell had been. And it did look like some sort of hall, or a gathering spot. A big circular expanse which covered at least 2 large rooms. He was basing this off the command center of Chaldea. He could likely run a circuit in this place before he started to feel it, but he squinted all the harder at the torches which lined the walls at regular intervals. The hall was brighter than what lay behind him. Flickers of light produced roaming shadows across the ground and underfoot. He glanced down at his own distorted shadow as it writhed back and forth from whatever lighting was behind him. Except he wasn't quite sure that was how shadows worked in the first place. He distanced himself from that thought and looked back up. The screech of the door had him jolt, whirling around from the sudden noise. Avenger pushed one of the doors open without showing the same level of strain he did. Rather, he opened it as though it was just an ordinary door, and then just walked inside with only a side eye as a note of acknowledgement. Ritska wasn't sure if he was supposed to take that as challenging, mocking or even appraising. Instead he just lowered his arms and looked around the room. Nothing seemed to happen, and he wasn't truly sure what he was supposed to have been expecting. Though he did look up, frowning at the strange nature of the blackness over his head. As though the light would not penetrate whatever was above him, leaving only some painted darkness from which rusted chains and manacles fell down as if vines from a forest. He felt a mild temptation to lean in and pull on one of them, if only to see what would happen, but he quickly thought better of doing that. Especially because he could not see where they were joined to. And he felt more like a fish staring at a fishhook. This is the first hall, then. He spoke after a moment, his voice echoed louder than he thought it would have done. It cemented a feeling of isolation within him. Avenger hummed and said nothing, stepping back and looking towards him with some sort of scrutiny in his eyes. Like he was just patiently waiting for something to happen and seeing what sort of reaction he would make at it. The anticipation of the man made him feel more on edge. But he figured he wouldn't get very far if he stood here and did nothing. Taking a step forwards. This place will try to kill you. Ritska stopped and turned, looking at Avenger and meeting their eyes. That is the single truth that you should hold in your heart. Avenger continued on. If you should falter, you shall die. Regardless of whatever notions of peace you hold so dear, cling to this single truth. Your very life shall depend upon it. You must burn or you, in turn, shall be burned for hesitation. He was reminded of some very old quote by someone. We'll see, Ritska said instead, watching Avenger for a moment but unable to put the words from his mind. Or dismiss them at all. Fight and win or don't fight and die. He would be lying if he said he did not find the whole ordeal to be unpleasant, but time would tell. Though he really, truly, hoped that Avenger was wrong. He stepped forwards into the room, the clack of his shoes serving as his companion, as he moved closer and closer to the center. Eyes dancing all around him, the darkness above to the shadows upon every wall. There was little sign of anything else and the unease only built up stronger and stronger within him. By the time his feet had carried him to the center, his hands were half raised in some sort of posture. Really, it just felt more comfortable to have them raised than to have them lowered down by his side, legs half prepared to send him sprinting in whatever direction he needed to run in case whatever happened just decided to happen. Ritska stopped. His eyes slowly turned left. There was heat, it fell upon him in waves. A sort of humid heat which was accompanied by a faint whooshing sound. He rolled his jaw and turned ever so slightly towards the noise and stared into the corner of the hall. Just near one of the torches where the light abruptly went out, plunging that side of the room into total darkness. Though, it was not quite dark. A single light burned from within the shadows. It was a brilliant red, glowing like a gem. Ruby red, he figured. It seemed to fixate on him like an eye in the darkness. He took a half step back as the whooshing noise grew louder before it cut short and the heat receded in the opposite direction. There was a grinding sound, a scraping of something hard against stone, and the crimson diamond rose up from its position. He tracked the ascension until it was towering above him. Ritska felt his throat go more than a little dry as he stared at the shape. A slight rise and then a fall of the eye, a shudder ran under his feet. Then another with a similar rise and fall. Ritska held his ground, tongue darting out to wet his rapidly drying lips as the eye moved closer and closer. The blackness seemed to stride towards him in a similar fashion to the shadow monsters from earlier, except this was different. There was no shadow, instead it was as if the blackness took on a solid shape. Emerging as though it sprang from water, he found his eyes first taken in by the head shaped like a spear or perhaps an arrow, the pointed features, and then his eyes widened as he saw the rest of the figure. A great spreading of wings, like those of a bat, extended and pulled out of the darkness behind the muscular form. And it was indeed a rather intimidating form, easily taller than him by a good margin and perhaps taller than the tallest in Chaldea, he figured. Another shaking step drew the shape completely from the murky black. Ritska found himself stumped. He knew this shape, didn't he? Or at least he knew the design of the armor, even if it was a completely different color to the one he was familiar with. A black dragon, with an eye on the forehead. Calamate. Calamate did not respond as he stepped into the light, bathed completely in the flicker of the torches. A single huff and a sudden movement behind him drew Ritska's eyes, the sweeping tail which dragged along the ground and curled behind him, the wings that folded back and nestled themselves around him like some sort of mantle. Except it looked far from relaxed to him. Ritska felt his hackles rise, turning his eyes sharply towards Avenger as he remembered their words from earlier. Avenger, who just met his gaze with nothing more than a tilt of the head and a smile which just screamed that he knew what was going on here. No, Ritska declared, lowering his hands and clenching them into fists. No, I'm not playing whatever sick game you think is. Game. Avenger's voice was flat, but his eyes were disapproving. You trick yourself with such words, it would do you well to heed my warning. Everything in this hall and beyond, every image that exists in this tower, shall aim to take your life. This figure is no exception. Rather, they are the first true challenge. No. Ritska all but roared at him, straightening himself up. No. Quieter, he repeated and clenched his jaw. No. No, because you did this last time, didn't you? He slashed a hand through the air. All right, I know it takes me a while to get things. I've been told I don't really act fast enough, but not now. Because I know what you're doing, because it's what you did last time. Does it make you laugh? Are you enjoying yourself by watching me fight people like him? He pointed in the vague direction of Calamate. People that I happen to like, on the say-so of someone who has outright said it is their mission to see me tortured here. So no. Whatever this is, whatever you think you're doing, I'm not going to fall for. Ritska felt his words trail away as he stared at the face of Avenger, and of the smile which had been steadily growing on his face. There was something about the way the servant was grinning that was making him feel uneasy, as if he was making a fool out of himself. Their eyes turned from him, to somewhere just over his shoulder. He tensed. Heat washed down his back and over the top of his head. He very slowly turned back around and gazed upwards. Calamate cast a shadow upon him, tall form blotting out the torches behind him. Ritska fought back a desire to swallow his fear and instead remained where he stood. Eyes tracking the wings on Calamate's back as they slowly started to unfurl, then he found his gaze drawn back to the pointed head. A large hand rose up, rather slowly, and then lowered itself onto him. Clawed fingers pinched his collar together and gave a faint tug, strong enough to drag him but not quite enough to tear. Ritska stumbled for a moment, a sense of confusion ran through him at the rough treatment, eyes flicking to the hand on his collar and then to the face of the dragon, the gaze no longer on him. Calamate. There was no response, it only made the unease grow. Calamate. What are you? It's impressive, isn't it? The words were a murmur, but even that mere slip of the tongue was still loud enough to be heard across the room. Calamate tilted his head very slowly. The lengths humans have managed to achieve. Clothes such as these, even clothes as they are, also impressive, aren't they? His brows pinched. Clothes. Wah. So why? The fingers pulled tighter. Ritska felt his feet stumble under him as he was suddenly dragged forwards, the grip on his collar transitioned into a balled-up fist. His eyes snapped down, hands flying up to the grip and pushing away at the wrist, an unconscious act, but he was feeling more alarmed as the seconds ticked past. Why? Calamate spoke louder, a growl reverberating in his words. Why is it that you can have such things? Why are you allowed them but we are not? What makes you so special as to deserve such things? The fist pulled upwards, Ritska widened his eyes as the tips of his toes scraped over the stone. Calamate. What are you? His words cut off in a gasp as he was lifted off the floor entirely, the fist around his collar started to cut into his neck. His pawing at the arm holding him only intensified. Why is everything always about humans? Calamate was snarling at him now. Ritska's eyes were drawn to the flash of color, the yellow flames, which poured from his mouth with each word spat. Always, always, always humans. Everything comes back to all of you, no matter what. So why do you get everything and we get nothing? Why do my people get nothing? Ritska froze as the dragon glared at him, the other hand was being pulled back. He looked at it, eyes widening as his scrambling grew more frantic. Calamate, wait, this isn't you. It had to be Avenger. Because of course it was. Just like that hell he made before, it was just drawing up all the feelings of. No, it's you. Calamate roared, the hand not holding him burst to life with a brilliant haze of mustard fire. Always you. Everything is always you. So why can't I have any of it? Why aren't I allowed any of it? Why? Ritska watched the flames rush towards his face, his eyes closed on instinct. A rush of wind beat against him, a grunt of pain and a sharp pull at his back and his eyes flew wide, watching the room blur around him and a strange lack of pain. It was a moment of rather unpleasant vertigo before he slowed to a half and felt the sharp tug at his back once more, staring across the room at the haze of blue fire. It shrouded the black form of Calamate, but he could see the wings beating furiously. A furious roar bounced off the balls all around. He saw the chains rattle above his head and felt the shock of it in his bones. His body locked up on instinct. Then he was yanked again, moving and barely catching a glimpse of the yellow comet before it shot past him. A burst of debris and a cloud of smoke was thrown into the room. Ritska coughed out dust and struggled in the grip, feeling it go slack, and then he was falling backwards, landing on his backside and scrambling up to his feet. Coughing more, he felt the dust down his throat, and spitting out what he could. The shadow closest to him stepped forwards. He turned and saw Avenger quickly. Head tilted and face set in a minute smile, but nothing else. You would have perished had I not intervened. There was a cold bluntness to his words. Shall you argue with me further? Shall you declare yourself unwilling to play this game, which you accuse me of setting in motion? Regardless of whether I am the one who is responsible or not. The roar sounded out once more. Ritska slammed his hands over his ears as a shockwave nearly threw him to the ground. It was akin to a rough shove. He stumbled backwards and pulled his hands away from the side of his head. The ringing kicked in, and flapped them around to keep his balance from what felt like a hurricane. He looked across to see the vortex of dust thrown up and banished across all corners of the hall. Calamate wrenched a burning fist out of brick, casting rubble to the ground and dragging a molten claw slash across it. The diamond eye found him and burned with a single clear desire. Ritska gulped and took a step backwards. Calamate's hands formed fists and he could hear the crackle of bones as the knuckles of the dragon popped and the weight shifted from one side to the other. The tail which beat across the stone floor and left indentations with each slap. Kuhahaha. By comparison, the once boisterous and booming laughter of Avenger felt like nothing compared to it now. Do you see his fury? His envy? Humans have stolen what he desires and he sees it with each instance he gazes upon you, the life that you led and the life that he believes he deserves for his people. Such a righteous envy indeed. Truly, he has become a human for such things already. Shoulders rolled, wings arched back, flames drooled from the mouth of the speared head. Ritska stepped back once more, opening up to try and reason with the berserker, to try and get them to understand that this is no creation of mine. His jaw snapped shut at that. He dared not tear his eyes from the dragon and instead shifted his ears to the Avenger, but it felt as though everything was moving much too quickly for him to even try to get an argument out of. And I have no control here. Avenger warned. I have spoken only truth. Should you fail to defend yourself, he will kill you. What, then, shall you do, Master of Chaldea? This is the path forwards. Is your freedom worth so little that you shall stand here and offer up your own life rather than bloody your hands? Ritska clenched his fists, drawing in sharper and sharper breaths. Calamate twisted side on, hunching his body forwards. Ritska could see the tension in the posture, see the movement in his mind's eye where the wings could clap and suddenly those claws would be tearing into him. The realization was cold and numbing. Calamate was going to kill him if he didn't do anything. He couldn't draw help from Chaldea. Well, Avenger raised his voice, pressuring him. What shall you do, Master of Chaldea? Faced with a foe who wishes only for your blood to be spilled, what is your desire? What is your intention? Tell me. Shout it loud so that all in the depths of this hell shall know your intentions clear. The words slipped out before he had time to register them. Because it was a single primal thing. If he did nothing then he was going to die. And he didn't want to die. Anything but dying. I'll fight. They were blurted out loud enough to turn the room silent. He did not even realize he had said anything for a moment or two. Excellent. Avenger answered him before he could realize what was happening. A solid grip took his shoulder and Ritska was suddenly halfway across the room once more, sliding to a halt as the hand removed itself from his shoulder. The shockwave of an attack slammed into him. Arms raised, he buckled under the weight of the aftermath, lowering his hands as Calamate turned from the cratered wall where he had stood moments before. Footsteps met his ears. Ritska turned. With an echoing advance, Avenger strode past him and brought his hands out from beneath his cloak, a wide and sharp grin spread across his face. Burst of blue flame engulfed his clawed palms. Avenger hunched forwards in a position almost mirroring Calamate's. Then take my hand, master. Avenger called back to him. And we shall show this black dragon, this creature of calamity, a true dance of death. He could feel it in his nerves, the formation of a contract with the servant beside him. The only contract he could truly feel, something that had been missing but he never quite noticed until now. Command seals flared red across the back of his hand. He spared them a brief glance at best before raising his eyes up once more and meeting the diamond eye of the dragon, watching as they turned on him once more, hands of flame with a brilliant and deadly yellow haze of heat. His throat ran dry, but through cracked lips he echoed out his words. All right then. Ritska stepped forwards and right beside Avenger, looking Calamate dead in the eyes and searching for any sign of recognition or hesitation. For any hint of the berserker who had sat with him for nearly an hour trying to come up with a Valentine's gift for the director. He searched. And found nothing. If that is how it is. Ritska clenched his hands into fists. Then that's how it is. Avenger. He saw only a twitch of the head in response. Get ready. Avenger only laughed, as though somehow pleased with what he was hearing, but Ritska barely noticed that laughter now. All he could feel was some cold sense of numbness seep into him as he knew, this time, he was doing it for himself. Whether Avenger was responsible for it or not. Whether this was truly Calamate in the first place or not. None of it mattered. Because he wanted to live. He'll charge me. Ritska sent the message through the mind and he was truly putting his life into the hands of Avenger here. Feeling acknowledgement through the link. When he does, I'm going to reposition you and you're going to have not a lot of time. Then with those precious seconds you secure, we shall land our devastating blow. Ritska moved out from behind Avenger and started to flank around, putting distance between himself and Avenger. Just enough that it would draw the eye of Calamate, but if he fought anything like the Calamate that he knew, the Calamate that he had seen Olga fight, then he knew how to bait them. Slamming a fist into his chest, he beat it twice and called out. Come on, he bellowed, voice cracking ever so slightly, wetting his lips once more. Don't you want to fight a human? Emergency evasion. It was a minute twitch which triggered the command and it proved to be more than enough for him. In the mere instant he had seen the twitch, Calamate had gone from being across the room to being poised to blast his head clean off his shoulders with a punch. Avenger flashed into being right beside him, right over his shoulder, and he saw the moment Calamate's eyes moved from him to the servant behind him. Burning heat lanced over his shoulder, striking Calamate's fist as he dove to the side. Avenger laughed as he charged forwards and right into close quarters. Ritska hit the ground on his shoulder, rolling forwards and sliding to a stop, twisting onto his front and scrambling to his feet. He charged forwards and looked through the flashes of blue and yellow, spotting the blurred shapes of Calamate and Avenger fighting one another, the larger berserker chasing him down. It was a stream of blue, yellow and black which rocketed around him, forcing him down to cover his head. But it was all moving too fast for him to catch up on, too fast and too enclosed. He needed a way too. His eyes shot up to the rattle above his head, eyes catching on the chains dangling down from the darkness as they were flung under the tidal force winds. Ritska felt the beginning of a plan in his mind. He quickly clambered to his feet, rushing to the closest one and snatching it, giving a single hard tug to see if anything would happen to it. Nothing, it held firm. He eyed the loose manacle before glancing to the blurring comets. Ha 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 ha. The laughter spilled from between his lips as he raced through the air, throwing himself backwards and thrusting his hands forwards. Lances of his flames surged to meet their opposite. And indeed, they were met by flames of equal curse. He could see the way they were bathed with the power of a malignant soul. Perhaps few others could see the taint in those flames, but he could see them clearly. The rot of those yellow and black flames was so clear to him it was as though he was staring down through a spring stream. Landing, he launched himself away once more and avoided the falling strike of his foe, their arm buried to the elbow in the stone before tearing free, unleashing a pillar of fire as they removed it. Sweeping their arm and hurling molten rock and stone in all directions, his mind flew to that of his master as he saw the haze approach him. Diving to a space not far from them, he swung his arm up and slashed a wall of flames just as swiftly to act as a barrier. The flames scorched all that would have threatened his temporary master, through nothing more than coincidence than design, and he felt the heat approach. Coiling his arms back, he threw them forwards and slung forth his largest stream of flames yet. The yellow fires split down the middle, spreading either side of him and scorching the walls as he held firm. His feet scraped against stone as he was pushed back a mere few inches. Avenger could only feel another laugh spill out from his lips at the weight this one held with his fire. It was such a cursed union that he could not help but find the sight all too amusing, with such a deep and childlike envy that it was impossible not to laugh at the sight and the strength in such a conviction. Indeed, this one was a worthy contender for envy. And yet they were far, far too innocent to ever be worthy of such a place. Though that was none of Avenger's business at the moment. He pulled his hands aside, tearing the flames asunder and drowning them out in smoke and ash. Avenger. His master's voice rang clear through his mind. Lead him back to me. I have a plan. And such a plan it was as the explanation flooded his mind. Throwing back his head, a laugh emerged once more as he lowered his eyes down at the sight of movement. The avatar of envy charged towards him with his wings carrying him forth at even greater speeds. Avenger turned and ran in the opposite direction, moving right towards his master. A burst of speed launched him towards the youth, hand thrusting forth and snatching the dangling chain from his grasp, cutting his momentum and sliding on his feel, pivoting around and spying the fist thrown towards him. Yanking the chain just a bit more, he engulfed it in his flames. They clung to the metal so tightly it was as though they had always been one. Then he charged towards the berserker and gripped just above the newly formed noose in the chains, the fist closed in on his face. Avenger ducked at the last moment, throwing the noose up in his place and watching as the arm passed cleanly through the hole, sliding right up to the elbow before the momentum caught it. The dragon grunted, abruptly pulled backwards and almost knocked flat on their back. Avenger spun around, kicking off the ground and leaping into the air and turning, throwing his fist down and slamming a burning punch directly into the center eye before it could catch him in its cursed gaze. Flesh boiled and popped, a snarl of rage was accompanied by a howl of pure fire. He kicked, throwing himself away as the dragon pulled, shattering the chain links in the process and freeing himself. Yet he could spy his master in the corner of his gaze, throwing another noosed chain towards him. Avenger cackled, charging across the ground and lashing out, driving a kick into the upper thigh and earning a grunt of pain. He dove past and snatched the next chain and chose a different target this time. Leaping up and above a tail sweep, he hit the back of the dragon and swung the noose down. He used his free hand, folding the right wing against its will and forcing it through the gap of the noose, widening it just enough, and then yanking it tight and pressing it against flesh. Once more, his burning flames embraced the metal and in turn, they embraced the thin flesh as well. With another bellowing roar, the dragon snarled, and yanked forwards, freeing himself but in doing so, cutting deep into the wing and flexing it revealed the scorched and torn membrane which would have connected it together. Avenger flipped through the air and upwards, the sights of the dragon set themselves on a new target. One that stood firm, but not from shock or terror. He glimpsed the face of the youth and he saw only determination. The cold understanding of survival. Yes, Avenger thought to himself, this boy might just have what it takes to escape if he did not lose sight of that strength. For at times, that was what it was called for. But that was for later. He dove down as fast as he could, becoming nothing more than a burning flash of light, and tackled the master as gently as he could manage it out of the path of the dragon. The blow landed a moment later in the spot they had been, but Avenger sensed something else. The great swirl of power directly behind them both. So he jumped up into the great darkness above them and turned to gaze down. A carpet of fire blanketed the entire hall right under their feet, with such intensity that he could feel the flames as though they were beside his skin. For all the seconds the moment remained, Berserker stood in the center of the inferno with his head upturned towards them, glaring, and his master only had the barest hint of a gasp. Yet that was all. His master shook himself free of the hold. Avenger did not try to catch him, and instead he watched as the boy leapt towards the nearest chain and caught it in his hands, jolting as he swung across the room with it right the way to the other side. The sight brought a mocking laugh from him at the almost primitive display. He matched it and clasped his hands around the nearest shackles. Rolling his arm across the length of chain and holding himself in the air above the inferno below, he did not doubt the ground would be like magma before they landed. Flames flared in his open palm. He swung forth and unleashed a beam towards Berserker. He countered swiftly, folding his injured wing over his body and absorbing the blast with a grunt, flicking the damaged limb and parrying the remains of the blue fire across the room before catapulting himself up. Emergency evasion. Avenger was already halfway across the room by the time he struck, the swift movement preventing him from suffering damage as he fell backwards, thrusting his hands forth in rapid succession with each one delivering a painful bolt of light to the dragon's back, the force throwing them into a spin and into the wall. He fell down, turning and spinning around, hands held up and then swinging down towards the earth. A stream of flames leapt from him, striking the mustard yellow, and the true nature of his fires won through. For they were the flames that could burn even the souls of immortals. And that malignant darkness in the heart of those twisted yellow fires was born of humanity, a strength of an eternal soul if only in part, and they were nothing more than fuel for his own hatred. Avenger cleared a landing point for himself, hitting the ground and whirling about, dropping and sweeping a kick as he did so, training behind his movement an arcing wheel of flames which spread over his opponent. The two fought and burned one another, each desperate to claim the domain. Calamate struck the ground with a crash. Even if he had not seen such a thing, he would have heard it. Felt it. The dragon charged him, flames pooling around his hands and forming the shape of twisted black swords. One for each palm and both as long as he was tall. A roar split the air, fanning the flames with its strength, and clearing the distance with a single powerful leap. Avenger did not wait to catch the blow, instead he dove forwards and right under the shadow, rolling across the ground and sweeping about. Block. His master must have seen what would happen, and in the instant it did, Avenger could see it too. The warning spurred him into action before his mind caught up with him. He spun on his heel and brought up his arms, holding them over his chest and guarding his body. The tail whipped about and lashed into him with a crack, his teeth grit and his jaw clenched as he skated backwards over boiling stone and felt the numbness of the blow. Another warning from his master. He ducked. Something flashed past overhead, striking the wall behind him with a crash. His eyes darted up, meeting the gaze of the dragon and spotting them holding only a single sword now. Avenger countered with a series of jabs, each one hurling flames and azure across the room. The dragon charged right into his attacks, making little effort to block or even parry them, save for the last, which they threw the sword into the path of, splitting the beam down the middle and thrusting towards him. Avenger fell back into a roll, the sword passed right over the tip of his nose. He rolled across the ground, hearing the crunch of stone as the dragon tried to stomp him down, eventually pressing off and back to his feet, just in time to spot the tail whipping around towards him again. Momentary reinforcement. With a grin splitting his face, he felt power surge through him with a clear intention shared to him. Clawing his hand, he thrust towards the tail and speared his fingers through solid plate. The flames burned a path inside and he held firm. The dragon let out a snarl and pulled backwards. Avenger kicked off the ground and flipped over the tail to the other side, sawing at the limb as he did so and winding back his right hand. He wrapped his arms around the tail and pulled, tearing away at the mangled point of entry and feeling the resistance snap. The tail was ripped clean off the dragon. Avenger turned and gripped it with both hands, turning and ducking under the counter slash. It was more akin to the blind flailing of a beast in pain, and swinging the tail in his hands like a club. It connected with the lower jaw with a thud. He saw the head snap and witnessed the dazed confusion. Throw the tail at him and go for the legs. And Avenger did just that. He launched the tail at the dragon's head and ducked down. Calamate flinched and bat the tail aside, but it stole his attention for long enough. Avenger slammed a burning palm into the upper thigh and unleashed his strongest burst yet, pooling all of it, feeling all the rage the dragon was directing to him, and throwing it right back at them. A hole lanced clean through the leg and he jumped away. Calamate roared and dropped the second sword to the ground, hand falling to the wounded leg. Spreading a cloak of fire, he blinded the beast and obscured himself from vision. Emergency evasion. Avenger felt his master start to tire from such rapid uses of his powers, though they were all rather well timed, and knew this fight would need to be ended soon. Finding himself teleported into the air right above the dragon, the dropped down and clasped his hands over his head in a joint fist. The berserker had barely started to raise his head before the punch connected, cracking down against the skull with a rather sickening pop. He could see bone shatter and break away as his feet touched the ground right in front of them. The berserker jerked and stumbled back. He pulled his right arm back, flames embracing his hand, and threw it forwards. Striking the heart, he watched his knuckles crack the plates of bone. Another strike was delivered to the same spot and more fractures spread out. He saw some sense of coherence in the eyes of the dragon. Upper arm. As with the thigh, he spotted the shoulder and released a devastating series of blasts against the limb, and amazingly the dragon weathered them all. Even as the already blackened plates were being reduced to ash, the beast would not give him anything less than what he was working hard for. Gasping, a punch smashed his ribs and he felt them crack. Healing. Relief spread through him a moment later, then a shout from above and behind. Oi! Avenger did not wish to look, but he turned just enough to see what was going on. He was greeted by the rather incredible, and equally foolish, sight of his master swinging away from the chains and dropping down towards them, almost as though he intended to try and deliver a blow to the dragon himself. It certainly seemed as such from the way he was falling with such a fierce scowl. Yet he saw the intention clearly, especially as the eyes of the dragon turned from him for a brief moment. But something shifted in the world. Something different. A world unmade. It was the activation of a noble phantasm, yet the results did not present themselves in any capacity he understood, but he ignored that and instead moved for his master who was dropping down from above. Except he was slow. He should have cleared the distance in a mere heartbeat, but did not. His master dropped faster, crashing down and delivering a falling elbow to the side of the dragon's head. Something that should have done nothing to a servant, less than nothing at that, but instead he watched the impossible. A grunt of acknowledgement slipped from the dragon's maw, it shifted back with the weight of the falling body as his master hit the ground in a slump. Rising up just as quickly and holding his arms out in a block. He received a punch to them which somehow failed to turn his upper body into paste. Though Avenger did not understand what transpired, he could guess what was happening. Some manner of equalizing field was established, the formation of fair fighting conditions. His master had gambled on that being activated, had he? A most reckless ploy if ever there was one, but Avenger could work with it. With a smirk he rushed towards the dragon as their eyes darted from the stumbling master and then onto him, lunging from below and delivering an uppercut to their throat. Calamate lurched back with a strangled gasp. With his other hand, he shoved his master further back and outside of whatever was happening to them. He could feel the second something snapped back. The return of something he had not even noticed he had missed. He spied the flames of yellow shift back through the mouth of Calamate and knew the world had changed once more, the strength had shifted as it was them all over again. With a final bellowing shout, he launched a punch right into the damaged part, right above the spirit core, and broke through the bone with an explosion of sapphire blue. The saw light flared along the wall right behind the dragon and spread out across it before fading away. He ripped his hand free and jumped back, snatching his master as he did so, and retreating to the other side of the room. The moment they stopped moving, it was as though there had never been a sound in the room. Ritska wavered on his feet, but did not take his eyes away from the sight of Calamate. They stood there, eyes fixed on him, with a hole burned clean through their chest. How unfortunate you are, fierce beast. Avenger broke the silence, his words loud but, there was something in them. How truly unfortunate for you, in your envy of man you have inadvertently become them. So willing to kill to take what you believe is rightfully yours. Your envy has turned you to that which you desire. Calamate said nothing, drawing in a single solitary wheeze. Ritska shuddered at the noise. Chateau d'If is not the place for one such as you. he declared with a sweeping motion of the hand. It almost looked to Ritska as though he was trying to shoo the servant away. It is for those who are complete in their design, for those who understand themselves as they commit to their desires, you envy what you do not understand. There is no place in prison for one who cannot understand the weight of crime. Calamate stumbled from the wall, dragging his feet as he moved closer. Ritska should have been on edge, but there was a lethargy to his movements, not even because of his wounds. He just looked small. The weight of crime, murmuring, the dragon tilted his head. Is this what it feels like to be human? To want so bad, you shall kill for it. I see, but in the end it would not gain me anything, would it? How? He dropped down, landing on his knees. I do not believe I like such a thing, it is far too hollow. Avenger moved past him, then turned ever so slightly. I have shattered his spirit core and he has little time left. What shall you do, master? This is the one who exists as little more than a hideous envy. Hideous. Was that how Avenger saw it? Ritska turned and looked down at the servant, at Calamate, with unblinking eyes. What could he even say? I don't think your envy is wrong. Ritska found himself muttering after a moment. But I don't think it's fair to take it out on people. Calamate rumbled a noise. Fair, with a tilted head, glazed over eyes found Ritska's own. Is anything ever fair? No. Avenger cut in, voice quieter. It is not. He stalked forwards, but kept a distance from the dragon, then dropped down to one knee before them. I have seen the truth of your ugliness, of that swirling envy that exists in you, and as you perish I shall carry it forth with me. Until nothing of my essence remains, I shall never forget this display. He rose back up. This is a hell that reflects only the truth of humanity, that you were welcomed into its ranks is cause enough for you to be proud. Calamate sucked in a breath, then dropped forwards. His body was gone before it even touched the ground, plunging them into silence once more. Ritska stared at the spot where he died. He said nothing and neither did Avenger, not for a moment. Ritska turned over his hand and stared at his palm. It trembled. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know how he got here. This place is strange. It is wrong. It is a prison. But there is something here. Something here that something calls to him. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.